Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen. this award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
– 2020 has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis-Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me. I'm Simon Woolley. I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla McKenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better. Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
Hello and welcome to the Dial Global Summit, a call to action championing change through diversity, inclusion and belonging. I am Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder and CEO of Dial Global. Dial stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, and I am excited to say that over 100,000 of you are here from all around the world, and that's both inside the summit itself and also live streaming in across many different publications courtesy of Verizon Media, Yahoo and Brand Advance. This is so incredibly exciting as it just literally proves how many people in every continent across the globe really do care about creating equality for all. So a very warm and heartfelt welcome, each and every one of you. The roller coaster of 2020 has touched all of us this year. COVID-19, the economic crisis, and Black Lives Matter have all come together to bring about significant changes to all of our lives, and also turned a spotlight on prejudice, systematic racism, and inequality in so many different areas of society. But 2020 has also seen people saying that enough is enough, with a surge of global protests demanding real change, and a rise of brave and outspoken leaders making public commitments to diversity and equality, driving real actions and measurable results. Now, we have an opportunity for transformation today, an opportunity for action, an opportunity for real, lasting and sustainable change. The question is, can more of us rise to address this transformational moment in a real, tangible way? We at Dial Global are urging all and calling for action to ensure that that answer is a resounding yes. Our fundamental principle at Dial Global is that peer-to-peer learning is the most effective method to building knowledge, changing attitudes, and developing skills around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And that's exactly why we have designed this summit to talk openly and honestly about the obvious question. How can we genuinely drive change to create more open, more diverse, and more inclusive workplaces? What is working and what isn't? How can we continue that narrative to ensure that we learn, develop, and grow together? To this end, we have gathered some of the world's most authentic and inspirational leaders to talk openly about these very issues. We're going to be leaving behind the rhetoric, the empty talk about diversity and inclusion, and talking about what really does matter. And that's real actions, real results, to ensure that we collectively learn from each other about how to best create change in our workplaces and in our lives. It's going to be a phenomenal 2 days, and I cannot wait to begin. But first, I would like to give a very special thanks to our headline supporting partners for their support and unwavering tenacity, not only to put their money where their mouths are, but also to bravely take a stand, to step up and advocate for diversity and inclusion inside and outside their organisations. Sincere thanks and gratitude to Walgreen Boots Alliance, the Co-op, Alpha Financial Software, the Premier League, the Commonwealth Games Federation, and EY. We also want to give a very special thank you to our media partners and silver partners. That's Ipsos Mori, Verizon Media, Yahoo and Yahoo Finance, Brand Advance, whose live streams across multiple diverse and inclusive publications will reach all corners of the globe, and that is thanks to you. Finally, we give thanks to our charity partners and their respective teams, the UN Global Compact, OBV, Operation Black Vote, and the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review. Now, if you are deaf or blind or have any other disability at all preventing you from enjoying the summit, please do contact the team and we'll ensure that we do our absolute best to provide additional support. Any other thoughts as well on how to make the DAL Global Summit more inclusive, please do reach out at hello@dalglobal.org. Whether you're watching live now or on demand, we are truly, truly grateful, as genuinely without you, this would not be possible. Hello and welcome to the DAL Global Virtual Summit. This is our very, very first panel of our 2 days, and it's entitled A Call to Action for All and Why Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging is Everyone's Business. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder and CEO of DAL Global, and we are joined today by 3 inspirational leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the DAL Global virtual stage. They are Andrew Denton, Chief Executive Officer of Alpha Financial Software, David Grevenberg, CBE, Chief Executive Officer for the Commonwealth Games Federation, and Richard Arnold, Group Managing Director at Manchester United Football Club and Chairman of the Manchester United Foundation on behalf of the Premier League. We're going to be hearing from our summit partners on the importance of speaking up, and it's critical that we use whatever platform we have to speak for justice, as this is one of the most powerful ways to change the status quo. Championing support of diversity and inclusion and speaking up against racism, prejudice and discrimination, in addition to embracing the discomfort when it may not be easy to do so, is so important. If all of us use our voices to call for action, from our politicians, our CEOs, our healthcare professionals, our sports heroes, and our neighbours, friends and families, we could change society together for a better world of business and beyond. Now, some of you may be thinking, to start with, that it's ironic that our first panel is made up of 3 lovely white males. Not so. I personally hate that expression, white male, pale and stale. And so I ask you all very kindly that we put away our bias and remember there are so many different types of invisible difference and diversity in our world. That's not to mention just sexual, religious, socioeconomic, or neurodiversity. Actually, every single one of us is unique and brings such valuable differences to the discussion of diversity. And when it comes to speaking up, we all know that white allyship is a critical piece in creating that true lasting change. So let's welcome our panel and take a minute to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. David, I'm going to come to you first, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you, Layla. And it's great to see Andrew and Richard again as well. I think it starts with remembering where you come from. And each of us have a place of origin, and mine happens to be New Orleans, which is quite a diverse community. And I've traveled, the journey I've taken since then has expanded my horizons. And I realize that the world, despite all this diversity, also is quite a small place when it comes down to what people are really looking for in terms of peace, love, happiness, and security. What I've really become quite aware over the past several years in terms of my career and position is the sense of both opportunity, but more importantly, responsibility you have as you start to take positions of authority. And actually, how leading from the front when times are hard and leading from the back when times are good becomes increasingly important. And how you embrace the diversity you represent and you aim to serve has to be sincere, has to be relevant, has to be resonant, and at the end of the day, has to be impactful. And so, and those aren't big esoteric words, they actually also have to be measurable. And now in today's social media world and I'd say digitized world, things are measured much quicker, and they're with us for a lifetime in terms of our ratings around these things, but also the impact that we have. And so from that standpoint, I think we're much more aware, much more connected, and have much more opportunity to shift the dial and become a more connected and I would say universally represented world. And our business lives as well as our personal lives, actually start to mesh. And I think with the pandemic, that has become even closer as many of us not only are working from home, but are living at work now. So I think embracing the notion of diversity and different environments and in all of its forms is quite important. So it's a life lesson and life journey. And as I like to say, every day is a school day.
Thank you so much, David. And Richard.
Hi. I think that diversity and inclusion is really important for me for three reasons. Firstly, representing the club has been a hugely important part of the club's beliefs long before I ever joined the club, and respecting that tradition is important. Secondly, the benefit of the club, the talent that we get by being inclusive is phenomenal. And then finally, it's a personal belief of mine that that it is a responsibility for the people in power who can make a difference, that they need to affect that change.
Absolutely concur. And finally, Andy.
Thanks, Layla, and again, good to see you, Richard, and David again. You and I have spoken a few times about this, and we've often talked about the right thing is just the right thing. And I don't want to be on the side of bigotry. I don't want to be on the side of injustice or oppression. And these things are so self-evidently wrong that it feels very clear to me, and I guess to us, right-minded people, that it's the right thing to do to speak up about that. But since you were kind enough to mention, and we talked the other day about the fact that I am an OWG, I'm an old white guy, that makes me part of a system, kind of like the establishment. And the problems that we're dealing with here are systemic issues. And the system's got an agenda. But I guess I wonder whose agenda the system is serving when it hurts people. It takes away opportunities. It takes away civil rights. And that's not my agenda. So the system's not serving me. It's not my company's agenda. I feel pretty strongly that I can speak for David or Richard and anybody bothering to tune into this. It's not their agenda. So David and Richard both spoke about responsibilities, and being part of that system, we have a really strong responsibility to speak up, to do things like this, as you say, put our money where our mouth is and try and change things.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all so much, and those were brilliant introductions. I am very lucky and blessed that I know you all personally, and I think it's just very commendable that you are willing to put your head above the parapet. And you know, it's not easy in this modern world. You know, as David alluded to, you know, the world of social media, everything is all over the place all the time. We are meshing together with our home lives, our work lives, everything like that. And you know, all of you taking the time to come on this panel, especially the opening panel as well, and you know, show a little of your vulnerable selves as well. I think it is just absolutely fantastic. So to get into the first question of the panel, and Richard, I'm going to come to you first, if that is okay. Is, you know, we'd love to hear some of your stories about when you spoke up for others and ultimately the impact that it had. I know that all of you stand up a lot of the time and really do what is right and ultimately are role models. And so hearing some stories about the impact and when you did stand up would be wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first thing I want to do is give a big thank you to a guy called Phil Clement, who's a super talented CMO. But he explained to me that, you know, personal tolerance isn't enough. You need to be active. You need to speak out for your views. And that actually inspired me, given the position I had at the club, to launch a campaign called All Red, All Equal, which was a fairly aggressive umbrella campaign to describe our activities in this space. And, you know, it was with some trepidation. You know, speaking out in this area, I think there were two real fears. The first was just you know, in stepping into what can be a sensitive area, was that through clumsiness rather than intent, it would end up causing offence rather than generating a positive effect. And then secondly, becoming fearful about being the centre of attention on what is such a sensitive issue. And, you know, despite those fears, because of the beliefs and values of the club, we went ahead and launched that campaign. And, you know, in hindsight, I'm really glad we did. The support we got from our fan base was overwhelming, including self-policing. So, you know, we had a tiny minority of fans who said that this didn't represent their values, and an overwhelming number of fans who said, well, you know, that's the case. This is the club. And, you know, it does represent the values we stand for. And that was phenomenal that you saw that overwhelming support.
I think that's a brilliant example. I'm not sure, Andy, David, if you want to interject there, but I think that's an excellent example, and I think it is also it's very true of many leaders. You know, whether they be guys, you know, be women or whomever they may be. It's actually, there's that fear over almost being vilified for doing or saying the wrong thing. But at the end of the day, it's really difficult to please absolutely everyone. David, I don't know whether you want to hop in with any of your examples, of which I know you have many, and in particular you do a great job of speaking out, you know, especially when it isn't necessarily comfortable to do so.
Yeah, I think, you know, not trying to play a popularity context and not trying to politicize things for the sake of politicizing things. I think understanding values and principles, not as just big esoteric words, but as actually things we live by. And over the past several years, particularly if I use sport as a world that I'm most familiar with, sport is great about talking about individual values. When you are in the position of a federation, an owner of a club or a league, collective values become quite important. And understanding what we collectively believe in. and what we hold ourselves, our truths to. And the Commonwealth, in terms of its diverse geography, in terms of its diverse demography or demographics, in many, many forms of diversity as well, and then looking at its shared history, I think addressing each one of those points openly, honestly, transparently, even if there are the conversations around the good, the great, the bad, the ugly, is quite important. And this day and age, again, there is nowhere to hide. So why try to hide? It's absolutely critical to have, and you use the word, that courage to be vulnerable. Courage to be vulnerable, to grow, and to thrive. And I think the lessons that I've learned from a number of occasions where we've had to embrace either post-colonial or post-conflict realities, because we are the Commonwealth and we have that shared history, and it has had a knock-on effect, have been very uncomfortable conversations, but necessary conversations that have actually helped us jump over walls, blast through ceilings, and really create much more meaningful partnerships and work. And I do have a number of examples, but I think when you start to develop a track record of courageous conversations, brave and bold action, it becomes easier and easier to do. And I use one example from Gold Coast, where we created the first reconciliation action plan around embracing Torres Strait Islanders and Aboriginal communities across Australia, and really using the games not as a tokenistic gesture, but as a vehicle to show respect, how we respect, protect, promote, and empower these communities well into the future, and not just looking at a historical reference point, and both commemorating challenges of our past, but also embracing and celebrating the realities of our present and our future. And that's one example of being bold in terms of having a conversation that many before us were quite uncomfortable. But happy to share more if anyone's interested.
Thanks so much, David, and we'll absolutely come back to that. Andy, on the subject of speaking up when it is, often uncomfortable, how would you say the best way is to get comfortable feeling uncomfortable when speaking up? Because I know you personally take it upon yourself to champion and speak out about ill practice, and you do it very frequently, especially during the time and still of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the operating question, isn't it, on some levels in making a difference. And I'll return briefly, I guess, to some of the things that David and Richard were saying first, which is around, we're talking about speaking up, but so much of it is about listening, having that open door policy, authenticity, and you get that track record. And you Layla, know some of my colleagues, and if people start to get used to you saying yes, then it just makes a huge difference to how the place feels, how people are. The email that I got the other day saying, do you want to stand next to Stonewall and support trans rights? Well, yeah, obvious yes. But you gain that track record and you gain that credibility, and it makes a difference. And before moving on to your question, I think inclusion is for everybody, right? And inclusion is just so important. But being self-centered for a second, I get a vast amount out of inclusion, because being able to bring my true self to work as well means that I've basically got a counselling group of 350 people too. It helps us all, right? Anyway, best way to get comfortable feeling uncomfortable, it should be a trick question, and we should see it as a trick question, because if you're doing things right, it needs to be uncomfortable. If you're speaking out in the context of systemic inequity, it should be uncomfortable. And when it starts to get comfortable, either you've got your head in the wrong place, or we've won to make it, I guess, the battle that it is. But it's worth noting, you know, there are a number of fears and guilt that we need to get over with. I mean, you know, we decided as a group that we're not going to shy away from the elephant in the room, but on some levels my career will have benefited from that system that is fundamentally broken, and we are afraid of having those awkward conversations. They're unfamiliar and unpracticed words, and making yourself unpopular. You know, I live in a PLC world. That doesn't make me special, but I've had a brilliant experience of support from investors and stakeholders in speaking up. But I would guess, you know, not everybody does, and you don't want to be in that place. Admitting you don't know for a leader can be pretty hard. You know, coming back to my counselling group of 350, I've got over that always being right thing, and I'm prepared to ask, but that level of humility is important too. I guess the big one, or a big one, is this fear of saying the wrong thing. Actually, I think a lot of people are crippled in trying to make a difference, and you know, Richard touched on that as well. We're so afraid as to whether we should or shouldn't say BAME, for instance, and it just makes people not take action. And again, you know, listening, be prepared to make a few mistakes. In my experience, nobody's held me against it as long as I do it with a good heart and authenticity. And again, something else that was touched upon, this worry that you're bandwagoneering, you know, to use the more familiar in America, this, am I going to come across as just another straight white man trying to be woke? And you know, those kind of fears again stop you doing the right thing. But it's the theme here, isn't it? Injustice is everybody's issue. So I suppose my parting shot would be aware of these things, but get over it, because frankly, a little bit of discomfort utterly pales next to decades, centuries of injustice. So we've just got to get over it, feel uncomfortable, and hope that the day comes where we all feel comfortable.
Some really wise words there, Andy. And I love that you say there as well, it is difficult admitting as a leader that you don't always know. None of us get it right all of the time. We can't possibly do so. And I think, you know, as well, it's often a pretty lonely place for a leader. And the higher up you go, you know, the fewer there are people to necessarily speak with. And so it can be a lonely place, and no one is going to get it right all the time. It's just embracing those around us and knowing that, you know, as you all say, if the heart is in the right place and it is well-meaning, so what, we make some mistakes, but don't be so scared of doing it or championing what is right because you're worried about, you know, a slip. If you mean well, that is what matters. Richard, any further thoughts from yourself?
Yeah, you know, I think it just goes to echo the points that David and Andrew have meant, and just to encourage, you know, anyone who's thinking about taking strides in this area to do so. I found it, you know, far less exposed position than I felt in terms of taking those steps, incredibly supported by staff and fans alike, incredibly rewarding. You know, you look around our office and, you know, you look at the talent pools we've had, and as you indicated, sometimes you can see the benefits of inclusion. Sometimes those benefits only become apparent afterwards, and having, you know, an openly out LGBT community thriving amongst our workforce and generating phenomenal work. For example, you know, ethnic diversity, again, relatively visible, but also to continue striving. You know, I don't think any of us are on this panel because we believe the job is done. Quite the opposite, encouraging everyone to start. You know, and for us, for example, trying to get a representative population of people from the disabled community has been an incredible challenge, and one that we're still working on today. We haven't fixed that, and if anyone's wanting to apply for a job, you're very welcome. Making sure that we've got candidate lists that are representative rather than just just looking to see the answers at the end. And all of these things are ongoing challenges, but I would encourage everyone to either start or stick with it. And it's an amazing journey.
Absolutely, and I love that you've touched on a number of different intersectionalities there, which is brilliant. I think to a degree, certainly when I'm in boardrooms, I think the presumption is such that maybe diversity is just about gender or just about race. Actually, there's so many different wonderful idiosyncratic details within all of those intersectionalities, and frankly, none of us can have the lived experience of all of those together. And we are all on this lifelong journey. As you pointed out there, Richard, we're always learning, and we don't know it all, but we can do our best to be open-minded, open-hearted, and be able to learn more about experiences from different people's viewpoints and different lenses. Disability inclusion, of course, being a very important part of that, and we will hear later on today as well more about focusing on the ability as opposed to the disability, and so that'll be great later. Now, moving on into kind of other questions, because there's a whole number of things that I would love to ask you all. I wonder, from your experiences, what do you think is the best way of really dealing with the risk of backlash or retaliation when sharing our experiences? Because we have all touched on being vilified, and we have all touched on being, difficult, to share these things. But what would you say is the best way to deal with, what could be risk of backlash or retaliation? Because clearly, no one is going to think, necessarily the same way that we do. David.
I think the respect, listen, learn, understand, and then contribute model goes well. I think you need to respect everyone's views, whether you agree with them or not. That people have the right to speak their mind. Now, in the form of hate, you don't have to agree to those views, but people feel that they can expound them. You learn. I think there's a difference between hearing and listening, and you really only learn when you listen. We can hear noise, but I'm hearing noise to get through, so I can state my position or state my case. When we listen, we do learn, and I think being aware and cognizant of that is quite important, because then it allows you to respond appropriately. But I think when you do receive backlash, you need to take it in context, and that and also separate your role from your personal conviction on things is also important. It's always great when your role and your personal convictions match, and you're able. And I would question anyone, if you're in a position where you don't agree with the things you have to do in your role, get out. But I certainly believe that as a construct I've used in a number of organizations, which comes down to makes dealing with backlash much easier, because actually the whole brand of the organization and the ethos of the team and the group are actually to move as one. The importance of values. Understanding your values, having them, and those collective values I was talking about originally, how they feed into a culture. And cultures are systems. We are often, by our own social disposition, we gravitate to our familiar patriarchal cultures, that hierarchy usually led by patriarchs. I think what the world is faced with right now is this change into clan-based cultures and to market-driven cultures. And last but not least, one that we are trying to strive towards at the Commonwealth Games Federation and within Commonwealth Sport is this notion of the adhocracy culture, which is to make things much more people-centric, collaborative, focused, risk-taking, innovative, and fit for purpose in terms of its agility. What that allows us to do in dealing with backlash is to make good decisions upholding our character, and reflect outwardly with a consistent communication plan through our personality, which helps us position our brand as a strong leading brand. So values that drive a good working culture that are reflected through our character and our personality. You know, that's how we deal with backlash. Is if we're consistent with all of those pieces, it's really hard to find a chink in the armor.
Mm-hmm. It's very good advice, and I think we're all probably thinking, we've dealt with things like this in the past, and it's never easy. But staying consistent is absolutely mark for good leader, but far easier said than done. I would say from personal experience. Andy, anything to add to David's remarks? And I love the word adhocracy as well. I would say I know that every time I think of the word adhocracy, actually, David, I think of you. So I'd encourage everyone to go off and look it up.
It works great at cocktail parties, exactly.
Yeah. And you find people smiling and nodding and going, Wikipedia, quickly. Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to pick up on a couple of points, but massively to reinforce, I think, what David was saying about values. And one way or another, my two co-panelists work in larger organisations than I do, but nevertheless, we're across 5 continents. We have a lot of people doing different things on all sorts of sites and places and time zones to deal with, and it is important that there is that consistency. I won't always be there. Alpha's leadership team won't always be there, but we want these values, the values we're talking about today, never to stop. So I think it's massively important that I think it got a little bit discredited, and the idea of values and purpose, but if done properly, it's a brilliant exercise to do. It gives everybody the ability to make decisions, whether they're business, their cultural or social impact decisions, through exactly the same lens as I do. And one of my most overused phrases, it's a great thing to do. The journey is at least as important as the destination, because it allows you to talk about your values, the values that you see, the values and the company that you would aspire to be. It's a great thing to do. So massively underwrite David's advice there. And also on the backlash point, and it also speaks to fear, to pick up on Richard saying that in my mind, and again we've talked about it, Layla, one of the important admissions on this is that you are on a journey, and Richard was very, very right to pick that up. And sometimes I think people are scared of taking the first step because they're worried that people will judge them on not being at the destination. We've talked about it. Alpha does not have enough female members of staff. There we go. I've done it. And yes, of course, it's there are known obstacles for having women come through STEM, because a lot of what we do is technical and engineering based. But whilst it's not a great place for us to be, and it's a place that I would like us to be. Well, I'd like us to be in a different place. It doesn't mean that I can't be on that journey, that Alpha can't be on that journey and trying to improve that situation. We're a long way from the destination, and actually a lot of software firms are a long way from the destination, and include engineering firms too. And there are some beacons and some bright lights in doing a better job than we are. But in accepting that we're on a journey, accepting that we're doing a great job with certain intersections, but also accepting you're on a journey with others is a really, really important admission to yourself. Otherwise, you're just never going to take a step.
And it's 25 years as well, so definitely some journey, Andy. Many congratulations.
Thank you. I just hope I don't have another 25 years at this desk.
Richard, any thoughts from yourself? It's I'm sure it's been an interesting journey for you, obviously, with Manchester United and obviously the foundation.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andy coined it quite accurately in that for me, it's been a relatively comfortable and easy decision to do. I had an organisation with strong values that included inclusion and diversity, and had done for a long period of time. I'm chair of a foundation that was wonderful long before I joined, and will be long, as Andy said, in terms of long into the future. They'll be doing amazing things, and so I think again, the learning I would say of that for anyone who's at a large organisation that does have good values is those need to be upheld, and you need to do your bit on that journey, and you need to continue to push to make sure that there isn't complacency and that there's proactivity on improving, because again there is a huge amount still to do in this field, and you can't rest having taken the first few steps.
Indeed. And any best advice from your side about dealing with backlash? Because whilst such a wonderful globally known organisation, I'm sure there are times when you're so visible that perhaps it's hard to think about how to deal with something on such a public platform.
Yeah, I mean, with 1 billion fans around the world and over 300 million of them connected digitally, you get plenty of feedback. So to a degree, that's part of the courage that comes with leadership. I think the biggest obstacle was the fear of backlash rather than the reality. In my experience, our fans have been absolutely amazing, incredibly supportive on this area, and it was a very unfounded fear of backlash in reality, and self-healing. The voices in support far outweighed any adverse feedback, and I would encourage anyone contemplating taking steps to be active in this area to do so, because the support will be overwhelmingly behind you and there's little to fear.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of key lessons that you may have learned through the courageous leadership that we've been speaking about through this panel, and obviously being brave enough as a leader to put your head or collective heads of the business above the parapet, what are some of those key lessons that you have learned? Because I'm sure there's been many along the ride. Sorry, Rich, that was back at you again.
Oh, that was me again. Sorry.
Yeah, that was you again.
I think that understanding the framework of how almost every organisation either has or should have a framework through which they execute these activities. And I was appointed through our leadership at board level to represent and sponsor our inclusion activities, and was honoured to achieve that. And then through our organisation, and another person to mention to thank is Rishi Jain, who's fantastic. He works with me leading the club's activities, and then you just spread across the organisation. My role then is to set up frameworks where other people can get involved. So whether that's the various inclusion networks of various types throughout the organisation, so people can identify themselves with other people in the same situation and make sure that there's a collective voice, that the club is doing what it should be in those fields, whether it's having clearly stated beliefs and values around this area. And again, that's incredibly useful to have had a strong position on issues such as these when things like the events of this summer happen, because there's no question, if you've been speaking out on a specific issue for many years, there's no question then that you're in some way virtue signaling or jumping on a bandwagon if you've been active in an area for a long period of time. And I think that's important. And then finally, the last piece would be the constant reinvention. So, not feeling like having done that piece of work you finished, you keep coming back to it and working out what can we take on this year, what can we make better, so that it doesn't get off the objectives list, having set up that framework and that expression of values.
Absolutely, and the grassroots level as well. I know that the Manchester United Foundation and the Premier League you've got some brilliant initiatives with the youth as well. And I'd seen I think it was a YouTube video or one of the pieces you did, and the reception that you got from some of the kids and the youth and everything like that, kind of really getting into the community and getting out there and speaking with people. And that's what leadership, I think, is all about, getting out there and kind of not just sitting in these kind of the old school kind of archetypal leadership, white ivory towers. It is getting out there, getting hands dirty into the community and speaking with people and hearing what they have to say. So on I guess the subject of positive stories and kind of key examples and achievements and such like. Andy and David, I'd love to hear some of the key lessons from your side. Things that you've learned, as well from being brave to put your heads above the parapet, and anything that particularly stands out for you that has really been a beacon of courage and light for you in your careers. Andy?
Well, I guess I've shared a few already. I think Richard talked to the notion of value cycling, which is around the authenticity piece, isn't it? I mean, it needs to be permanent. It needs to be something that's real and authentic. One thing I've learned is that it is important to speak out as part of the leadership, as somebody who's benefited from white privilege. I think it's very often easy to hear naysayers around making it clear how you feel, where you stand. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure we're all doing, and certainly we are at Alpha, tangible, meaningful things in support of inclusion and diversity. But it's also important that actually we use the platform that the system has given us, frankly, to tell people that the system is wrong. And there are just a couple too many people saying that that talk is cheap. It is, but actually right now, talk from certain quarters is meaningful talk is important. I think it's been said already as well. Listen. And learn. For goodness sake, don't think that anybody has an obligation to teach you. But it's really, really important that you keep listening, keep learning, and keep trying to understand, because that absolutely informs the way that that we act and conduct ourselves. And then, I guess the final thing is around again reinforcing that we are on that journey, and it's probably a journey that isn't going to end. Do everything you can as leaders to get the right support for yourself around the journey, and it maybe chimes in with the listening thing. I kind of have an informal cabinet of advisors in all sense. I've had one for my career for a little while. But and many of them actually, Layla. But I have some go-to people when I want to listen, and they're kind enough to indulge me and the missteps I make in doing my very best to understand their journey. But in listening to people and bouncing ideas off people, I think just having a group of people that you trust that can help you inform your decisions and the way you act, for me anyway, has been really important.
That's really great advice. And I think it's great advice as well for anyone who is listening in, whatever level you may be at within an organisation or outside organisations looking for a new position, is having that circle of trusted people around you. And as you say, do we ever make it to the top of Maslow's hierarchy and self-actualization? Does that place exist? I think that we've just gotta, we've got to keep going, but also enjoy the moments along the way. This is, as the expression goes, it's a journey, not a destination. I think sometimes we're all guilty of worrying about how much needs to be achieved, but we don't spend enough time looking back, smelling the roses, and looking at the steps that we have taken to get there. And Dave, what about yourself? Any kind of key moments for you?
Well, I think one of the things that you've just I think both Richard and Andy have said, definitely this is a constant, regular process. So it is very much a journey with many destinations on the way, but there'll be a destination when you get to one, there'll be another ladder to climb, another mountain to climb. And I think some of the keys I've learned is that regular or constant reflection and honest reflection is key if you can get there. I think a lot of the systems that we create and cultures we create in our businesses keep people down Maslow's hierarchy, keep them from actually self-reflecting of how they feel about the business, how they feel about themselves. And I think some of the best leaders, knowing when to lead from the front or follow from the back, but guide or rally the cats in the right direction is quite important. I think the thing that I have probably benefited the most in putting my head above the parapet or the tall poppy on occasion is having a good systems-based approach in which to work from. And what I've found is that there's one system that I've been consistently using over the past several years, which focuses on exercising our duty of care as a business first and foremost. So respecting and protecting people before we do anything else. And I think that includes everything around equality, diversity, inclusion, and embracing this notion of engendering a culture of respect and protecting that culture and protecting people within that culture, creating a safe working environment. And once you've done that, then you can start to talk about how are we going to provide success for the business and for individuals. How we promote and empower people. How do we help them make the most of opportunities, to be prepared for those opportunities and to have success and thrive. And then the third block is really around this notion of reinforcing the sense of community, around appropriate recognition and remembering. Because what that does is remembering your success and recognizing your success on a regular basis, particularly on areas of your diversity. And that comes down to good comms, but also just a good culture of how we value what we do and how we value one another. And I always like to use the notion of we give access and include those we value. Very simple. And so if we have a culture that you only will reach this if you do all these different things, well, that may be for some and not for others. So how do we create a more holistic environment that still has the accountability, still focused on delivery, but actually gets people pulling together? And I think the way to really blast through some of those tough conversations is to have good systems in place. So I would challenge everyone with that, whatever your environment, develop a system, acculturate it, talk about it, and create the right narrative around it. And that's a first step to tackling some of these big issues of around harnessing the diversity and the opportunities that come with it.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you every single one of you. I am going to wrap up just because I'm conscious of timing, but I genuinely feel so inspired and so heartfelt actually at the courage that each one of you has shared so very candidly on your thoughts around such incredible key issues. And it's clear as well that the importance of turning words into action and how the diversity and inclusion focus has shifted beyond this feel-good rhetoric and positive optics of diversity. And we really have gone deep, and I know you all are going deeper into all of these issues and really championing and challenging the status quo. But it really just shows that all leaders, white, male, female, trans, LGBTQ+, everyone across the world, in particular allyship and white male allyship as well is absolutely key to continuing the narrative and obviously moving the dial forward. I love the stories that you shared around the measurable change, the brave action, and making sure that we stick together as well as leaders, because none of us are going to get it right all of the time. And I'm sure that everyone who's listening in as well will agree that all three of you, absolute superb leaders, spoken up, bravely used your platforms to really speak for justice and champion all these wonderful initiatives. So I want to thank you all so very, very much indeed, because it isn't easy always to stand up, and all of you should be commended for doing so. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better. Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
(2020) has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha
because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Hello and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. We are thrilled to bring you our next panel, which is entitled Black Lives Matter. Now is the time for organizations to prove it. My name is Shukran Irani and I'm the chair of BBC Embrace, the staff network for Black, Asian and minority ethnic employees at the BBC. We are joined today by three truly inspirational leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Virtual stage. They are Ramses Jean-Louis, Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion, Verizon Media, Claire Kamara, HR Director at the Co-op, and Lord Simon Woolley, CBE, Chair of the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, Operation Black Vote, and Advisor to Number 10 Downing Street. A very warm welcome to you all. Now, the last year has seen thousands of people around the world taking to the streets to protest against racism, showing unprecedented support for the Black Lives Matter movement. It also saw many large organizations facing fierce public backlash for stating that Black Lives Matter, whilst having shown no true commitment to fighting social injustice internally or externally, or shifting the dial, particularly at senior leadership levels. Today, we're asking if this groundswell of public opinion has finally inspired true action from organizations to address systemic racism and inequality that they have unwittingly helped to maintain. Is this a moment that will pass, or is it a movement that will last? In this panel discussion, we will be asking our leaders what they are doing to level the playing field for the thousands of Black, Asian, and minority ethnic people in the organizations, and what you as leaders can do in your own organizations to dismantle those inequalities. Now, before we get into the details and hear from our brilliant panelists, it would be great to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Lord Simon, if I may come to you first.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with my panelists and to be on this historical global dial-in. I mean, it's exciting. I feel the energy watching and listening to some of the discussions. I'm an activist. I see myself in many ways as a disciple of Dr. Martin Luther King. We all know Dr. King had a dream, but many people should also know that he had a plan. Step one of his plan was to politically empower African Americans to be in a position where they're no longer asking for justice, racial justice, but they can demand it. You know, and as we fast forward, I think it's 67 years since his wonderful speech, the I Have a Dream speech. The anniversary was just a few weeks ago. Here we are again in another historical moment. And I think it's well of us to look back on that speech, that vision, the dream, but also to translate that dream into action. This whole dial-in agenda that we've got today is predicated upon action. So as an activist, I seek to encourage and empower African, Asians, Caribbeans, and other minority communities to have a political and civic voice, but also to hold our institutions to account when they're inclusive, when they're representative, but when they're reaching out. Everybody benefits. The individuals involved, the people that they are seeking to serve, or their customer base. It's a win-win-win. If we get it wrong, and we could go down the wrong path here, if we get it wrong, we're storing up trouble that frankly we don't need.
Thank you, Lord Simon. What an introduction. Absolutely brilliant. Ramses, may I come to you next? Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're so passionate about this agenda.
Yes, thank you, Shoku. So very happy to be here and to be here with great panelists, Lord Simon and Claire and yourself. I'm excited to be here and I'm excited to have this conversation because I am passionate about diversity and inclusion. I am the son of Haitian immigrants. I have experienced what not being included feels like and what that could lead to. Being the son of Haitian immigrants, it wasn't unusual that, you know, in New York City in the 80s that Haitians would be bullied, would be made fun of, would experience physical harm. One of the first diversity and inclusion campaigns that I was able to work on actually had to do with a Haitian man, Abner Louima, who was assaulted with a plunger while he was in police custody. So what Dr. King told us in terms of injustice anywhere represents injustice for everyone. And it's absolutely true. I'm thinking about yesterday, and I'm thinking about the decision that came down in the criminal case for Breonna Taylor.
Right.
Breonna Taylor and her family did not receive justice yesterday. They did not receive justice. And that means all of us did not receive justice. There was a settlement in the civil case, but we all know that her family would much rather have their daughter with them as opposed to have a financial settlement. Granted, there's no way to bring Breonna Taylor back. However, there was an opportunity to hold the people accountable who was responsible for her murder. So I am passionate for diversity and inclusion for a variety of different reasons. It also makes very important and good business sense to make sure that we have inclusiveness in our organizations.
Ramses, thank you very much. And last but not least, Claire.
Thank you. Well, fabulous. How do I follow those? So a bit about me. Claire, work for the Co-op. I'm the eldest of 5 children. I grew up in Hounslow. My mother was a single mother. And I think that I am kind of testament to some of the benefit of having the right support and encouragement to be where I am today. The reality is, though, that that isn't always the case. And I think that we're going to go on a bit later to talk about some of our experiences. And so some of my experiences, and also the fact that, you know, historically and my career to date has been around, this is my 4th movement So working for the co-op movement, I worked for the Olympic movement for a couple of times. And I think that one of the things that has always inspired me is the ability within the world of sport to enter a playing field, regardless of your economic background, regardless of potentially the fact that, especially in the Olympics, there are warring countries where wars stop on the playing field and they're able to meet and align and both have an opportunity to take part at a level moment. So I think that has really kind of fueled me, if you like, to imagine what would the world be like if actually everybody were permitted the opportunity of a level playing field so that they could contribute, as you've all said, to our economy, the communities in which they live, and actually unlock their potential, which is absolutely important and something I firmly believe in. Across all of those movements has been a consistency around the power of diversity, respect for the individual, and also, I suppose, within the community, within the co-op in particular, this belief in equity, equality, and solidarity across the two. So that's kind of my passion, and actually I'm living proof of what happens when you get the right support. Not saying that this is easy, but still. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claire. So we're picking up the theme of a level playing field from all of you and your own personal experiences. So without any further delay, let's kick off our discussion. Now, you have all succeeded in reaching positions of power in your organizations. I'd like to ask you, how as leaders have you used your positions to drive change and challenge the status quo against racism and prejudice in your own lives and in your organizations? Now, I realize there's two questions there, so you can pick one or the other or both. Ramses, may I ask you to start?
Sure. So that's really a great question. I think the first step in terms of, really making sure that we hold ourselves accountable and really addressing the issues head on. One of the things that I really do have to share is that when you take a look at the discipline of diversity and inclusion just overall, we have failed when it comes to addressing systemic racism. And the reason why is because we've never discussed it before. We never spoke of it. At most, it was a footnote when we have a conversation around unconscious bias. Now we're actually bringing that conversation to the workplace. And we're talking about what is systemic racism? What is the impact when you take a look at 250 years of slavery, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 60 years of separate but equal, and 50 years of red line districting? What happens to an ecosystem that you create for Blacks and for African Americans? And it's easy to look at other industries and point the finger and say, yes, obviously there's gaps in the justice system. Look what's going on in the world. Yep, there's gaps in the education system as well, and in the healthcare system, because we're being disproportionately impacted. But we have to start with the man in the mirror. There's gaps in corporate America. What steps are we taking to really address that? So we built out a model based on empathy, advocacy, and action to really address and help create our action plan towards racial justice. And as we build that action plan towards racial justice, it's not about let's fix the problem for Black people. Let's drop in and see what the solution is. It's how do we partner with Black people and African Americans and co-design our path forward? That's what's very important. So we're taking all of those steps and we've built 4 pillars to help us drive towards racial justice.
That's fantastic. So I love that. Empathy, advocacy, and action.
Correct.
What a great tagline. Thank you. Lord Simon, may I come to you next?
Yes, I mean, I've heard Ramsey say that before, and I've used it, and people think I'm brilliant, but it's not. It is. I think all our viewers and listeners, empathy, advocacy, action. Look, as a disciple of King, that I've recognized that you need power. You need political power, you need civic power, you need economic power. And that so we have been empowering our communities to register to vote and to vote, to make demands predicated on justice and fairness. But I also need to recognize that really as an activist, I need to take wider society along with me too. Otherwise, people believe this is a zero-sum game. If I gain, you lose. And so I have to constantly remind people that by me and people who look like me fulfilling their potential doesn't mean you lose. It means we all gain.
Exactly.
That our institutions become more creative, more dynamic. Our societies become more together, more united. We better understand each other. We live together. We love together. It's not just a beautiful message. It's a practical one, but it's one that we have to be honest about. I mean, that my two panelists know we spent a lifetime actually fighting. I would argue never before in our history have we been at a point where so many people like your boss, Claire, Steve Morrow, is no longer needed to be convinced that we have a challenge. He and many others are saying, what do we need to do? Yeah. So beforehand, we were at -10 in our struggle. Now we're at 0. Now, 0 is not very far forward, but it's still significant, because the conversation now will be, when we go on this journey, 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, that the journey together is we're all going to benefit from this. We're going to unleash talent. We're going to find better ways of doing things. Now, there's a challenge with this. There's a challenge because as COVID-19 and the death of George Floyd has laid bare these institutional racial inequalities, there's also an economic downturn that can force people back into bunkers to the old ways. So the conversation today has to be, this isn't a moment, as you said, Shoku, this is a movement. This should be our new reality. You know, all your CEOs, male and female, most of them will be white, by the way, that I hope, sincerely hope, that they will embrace this journey. It's a special one, but it needs courage, it needs boldness, and I bring us back to Ramsey's 3 words: empathy, advocacy, and action.
Thank you, Lord Simon. So we're at 0, but it's not a zero-sum game. It's a win-win for everyone. Wonderful. Thank you. Claire, may I come to you?
Yeah, so I think that both of you have touched on, so on a personal level, I think that there's a lot of courage that we all need as individuals to be that lone voice in the room, to be resilient. And, you know, if I'm honest, some battles I've won, some I've obviously lost. I think that, you know, this is a time where I've really tried to really harness my power, harness my position in the organization that I'm in to actually come to the fact where you can be saying, Lord Simon, that Steve Morales has produced and the Co-op have produced commitments towards racial equality and inclusion. And I think that I'm really kind of proud of where we've got to, but we still have a way to go. And I think that one of the things that I'm really trying to do on a personal level is understand why this hasn't worked before. So why has it not actually worked before? What are the things, you know? So I think that there's a moment for D&I and belonging that needs to evolve into a new space. There's a piece around I'm studying at the minute, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. I'm not saying that that's the thing, but there are some principles within there which talk to educating, recognizing your truth, and actually making sure that you listen, and then you can move forward into some tangible action. So I'm still a way to go, but we're all trying here at the Co-op and on a personal level to kind of play my part. And I remember, you know, the little girl that I was many, many moons ago. And I think that the sad thing is that some of the challenges that I experienced when I was growing up and when I started my career still exist today. And it can't be acceptable for us to still be here at this time and still be experiencing some of the challenges that we are challenging as a Black community. So that's kind of where I am trying my best to move to.
Thank you, Claire. And it's important to remember, isn't it, that whilst you are, if you like, fighting these battles and advocating, you yourself are people of color who are impacted personally. So there's a cocktail of emotions going on there. And I like what you said about truth and reconciliation. It's an important work, isn't it? Before knee-jerk reactions and jumping into action, actually to stop and think and apologize for the pain that's been caused in the past. Thank you. So I'd like to move on to ask, would really love to know what steps are being taken in your businesses to ensure Black, Asian, and minority ethnic voices are being heard and represented at all levels in your organizations, including and crucially at your leadership boards and executive teams. Claire, can I ask you to start this time?
Yeah, so thank you, Shoku. So I think that Black Lives Matters and the death of George Floyd on the 25th actually of May, that, you know, not long ago, 25th of May, really was a catalyst for all of us, and for me in particular, to really think about what this was stirring up, but also, I suppose, what the root causes were within this, because I think, you know, responding to the moment was right, but actually, how can we kind of bring this forward as a co-op and really kind of move something so that we've got something that is sustainable for the future? So brief that I got from my CEO, Steve Morales, was, what can we do? Be bold. Yeah, and historically, we'd already started in the people function around the lived experiences of our Black colleagues, Black BAME colleagues, what we needed to do, and it was already a priority. But I think that what I seized was the fact that the door was open and I was kind of going to run through it. So what we looked to and what our premise was around kind of how do we go from social injustice to social justice? How do we move from exclusion to inclusion? How do we move from powerless to empowering? And I think that all of those under the premise of, to your point, Lord Simon, earlier on, that, you know, it's not a pie. There's enough for everybody in terms of, if you bring one up, you don't lose. Yeah. So I think that what's really important was that the empowering and giving a voice within our organization was important, but also how do we pivot the whole of the organization to actually address this? So we launched last week a set of commitments that are bold, which talk to how do we operate within our community and move some of our contribution from 20% to 25%. How do we actually commercially buy? How do we look at all of those things? I'm happy to kind of share that in detail later. But fundamental to all of that was having the bold action, having the humility to understand that we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah, so bold action, humility to listen, educate ourselves, and make sure that we're really grounding it in some action that can really move forward. So we are not kidding ourselves that we're at the start, but we're absolutely determined through the whole of the exec and for the whole of the co-op for us to kind of start our movement and play our part in making a difference.
Claire, thank you. So much good practice there to share. And the point you make about humility is such a key one, isn't it? Humility to know that you don't necessarily know or understand the lived experience of someone different to you. Ramses, may I come to you next?
Sure, absolutely. I love the fact that Claire was talking about, you know, taking bold steps. The name of our African American and Black employee resource group is called BOLD, and they've been challenging us to make sure that we take bold steps, and we've taken some bold steps. Then they've come back to us and they've asked us, now it's time to take bolder steps, and we've been doing that. So one of the things that we've done that I mentioned earlier was the fact that we put together a racial justice super committee that doesn't just consist of our leaders, but we bring in members of our ERG and members from across the business for us to really talk about what is our strategy and what is our path forward. And I have to say, incredibly proud of our ERGs and the members of our Racial Justice Committee, because they have helped to inform our strategy to move forward. They have empowered us with the language that we need to use in order to build the foundational building blocks. You know, in terms of, well, when we're having these conversations, are we talking about social justice? No, let's talk about what we need to do for racial justice. When we're talking about George Floyd, are we talking about the tragedies that surrounded George Floyd? No, let's talk about the murder that took place. Let's actually say name. Let's talk about Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. Let's bring back that humanity that has been taken away from them. And again, it's the avoidance of using certain language that I think has kind of created a certain degree of hindrance in the past. So we're taking all those steps with our racial justice super committee. In addition to that, we're inviting in our ERGs to participate in some of our VP meetings as well. So Bowl has had an opportunity to actually sit in on some of our VP meetings with our chief executive officer. That has helped tremendously. In addition to that, what are we doing from a talent acquisition perspective? How do we make sure that we get more Black and African Americans in senior leadership roles? So it's what organizations do we partner with that can help us really build out that pipeline? In addition to that, what are we doing with the great talent that we have that's already within our organization that happens to be diverse? How do we create internal mobility? So I have to say that I am very proud that, as I take a look at our demographics and our numbers, pulling the numbers from June and July to August, we have made, some improvement and some increase in terms of internal hiring and external hiring. But again, we're still just at the very early stages of it, and there's still a lot to go. And I love the recurring theme that keeps coming up, the idea of abundance. Just because we're being inclusive and we're creating additional opportunities for people of color, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're taking away opportunities from any other group. And I think there's a fear that comes up, and we got to constantly address that. Fear and faith cannot live in the same house. So we have to address the fact that we're going to focus on abundance, and we're going to create more opportunity for our hypos and for our people of color and for our indigenous communities and for all spectrums of diversity within our organization. But we're also going to be unapologetic about the work that we're doing specifically for Blacks and African Americans right now at this time, because this is where the spotlight is.
Yeah.
Ramses, thank you. That's fantastic. And there is a quote, isn't there, that for people who've enjoyed privilege, equality feels like oppression. So that when you're trying to move the dial, it feels like a threat to many people. So thank you for that. Lord Simon, you are advocating at the very highest levels in the country. You're advising Number 10. You chair Operation Blackfoot. How are you using your position of power to ensure that all voices are heard at every level in organizations?
Well, in the past I was an angry young man, and sometimes I'm still angry and impatient and frustrated. But I know, as I said before, that we need to take people along a journey. And there's a few phrases that come to mind. Claire mentioned one: truth and reconciliation. And I think with the Black Lives Matter historic moment, there's a generation of young Black kids and white who've gone on the street demanding that we confront our history. In the UK, they've torn down statues and want to lay bare the often horrific history of our institutions. And the thing about that is that this also benefits everybody in this truth and reconciliation process, because what you fundamentally get is knowledge of the past and how it's influenced the present, but acknowledging that. So knowledge and acknowledgement of what's occurred and what is built on 200 years of slavery, 200 years of colonialism, 200 years of extreme racism, the institutions that benefited from it, many of them in our banks, our shipping magnates, our insurance companies, were predicated on that gross inequality. Confront that, lay it bare, and rebuild better. One of the things that I did with the former Prime Minister, Theresa May, in this conversation was to say, look, our institutions need to have what we described a racial disparity audit, to look at who runs things, who is in management, who are the cleaners, who are the security guards, lay it bare. She said boldly that we need to be brave. We need to lay bare those uncomfortable truths. And when we do that, then we came up with a mantra: explain these disparities, which actually are inequalities. Explain or change. And then we began that process on how we change. I'm no longer the chair. I'm the former chair of the Racial Disparity Unit, but I'm shouting to the present government. So I think for many companies and institutions, the two things: truth and reconciliation, and racial disparity audits, ethnic minority pay reviews, see who's being paid what, and then have a plan to close those gaps.
Thank you, Lord Simon. Again, we've come up about truth and reconciliation and the importance of acknowledging, rather than just saying, let's move on, actually acknowledging what's happened in the past. So the question on everyone's minds is, what next? Now, we've all been here before. What do we think needs to happen next around the globe to ensure that all of our organizations, both public and private, truly reflect and represent the incredibly diverse world we live in? Lord Simon, may I come to you?
I think the first thing, to be crystal clear, that our politicians, our companies, our leaders, our society must not get into what some describe as a culture war. This culture war, they're saying they want to erase our history, that they want to crush everything that we care about. And they want, some of our detractors want to divide and rule, just because we want to lay bare the real history and the way that history has predicated on locking people out, particularly gender, race, and many others, locking many out and locking a small minority in, perpetuating that. And so that we have to have these conversations about our history and say, no, this is not a culture war. This is a culture enhancement. This is an historical journey that we need to understand. That we need to find allies, black and white. I mean, often it shouldn't be this way, but the reality, as my fellow panelists will tell you, that sometimes a white CEO like Steve Murrows, I hope I got his name correct, when he says, as a white man, I need to understand the racial, deep-seated racial inequalities. Sometimes, Shoku, it's more powerful him saying that than me. It's definitely showing empathy. It's definitely wanting to see a world through my lens. And so we need allies. You know, as men, we've got to stand up for women. We've got to stand up for other oppressed peoples. It's not just we're saying this is a black issue. We're saying this is an issue of greater equality, and we need to recognize that. I'm often worried about the D&I, the diversity inclusion agenda, as Ramses says, that often it is ignored race. And so when I see D&I, I think it'd be about white women. No disrespect about the gender, but if it's just that, then I have a problem with it. So it needs to be truly, truly inclusive. We need to have that. We need to have that antennae that brings everybody on board in this conversation. And I think lastly, I would say again and again and again that our globe will enter an economic downturn. And as we do that, it's easy for us to default into what we've known when we're recruiting, when we're letting people go. And if we default to the old way, not only will nothing change, but even the gains that we've made could go backwards.
Empathy again and allyship coming up there. Claire, if I could come to you.
So I think that cooperation, I'm going to say that, aren't I? But cooperation is really important. And I think that what's for us is courageous action and progress, but not worrying about having perfection. I think that when it comes to diversity, inclusion, belonging in whatever form, we should have no competition. Yeah, as organizations who actually own and lead thousands, if not millions, I don't know how many, are here now. There's no competition. Share, come together in terms of the spirit of cooperation so that we can all move the agenda together. So I think that's really important. And obviously grounded in that, there's tangible results around making a real difference in terms of people's lives, be it through social mobility, all those things. But I really believe that it's really important that kind of, within the remit of this, a bit like the Olympics, there's no competition, because we all want and should want for the same thing. That goes beyond the kind of walls of our organizations.
Claire, you made a point earlier about a level playing field, and how on the sports field it really is a level playing field. And it's interesting, isn't it, that within sports we see that actually most of the top champions around the world are people of color. When they don't have organizations or policies or strategies holding them back, it's based entirely on their own personal talent and potential. They reach the top. There's nothing stopping them. And if only we could replicate that in our own organizations. Ramses, may I come to you?
Sure. Yeah, I think my panelists captured it well. I'm a firm believer that it's important to have a holistic approach to diversity and inclusion just overall. What's our governance model? How are we measuring success? Claire mentioned it earlier. Let's have a conversation about the stuff that's not working. What's failing? What are we going to throw out the window and continue to move forward with? Workforce, what strategies are we using around there? What are we doing from a supplier diversity standpoint? What are we doing from a philanthropic standpoint? Programming as well. I think building out a holistic approach, and on top of that, having a strategy for racial justice is equally as important, and also taking into consideration that what we're trying to do is we're trying to build in a culture shift. And we have to be careful not to have over analysis, to spend too much time having the courageous conversations. The conversations are important, but they have to be backed up by action. If we're spending too much time saying, well, let's do a deep dive and take a look at, why this is happening, or let's review, let's further explore, let's see if we can double click. No, at a certain point, you have to hold yourself accountable and say, we're going to look at the numbers and how we're moving the numbers. The problem with D&I overall is enough with doing the participation credit. Enough with talking about how many people are we putting through programs, how many people are going through that. Let's take a look at the numbers of who's in the organization in senior leadership roles. Let's take a look at how many people of color we have on the board. Hold yourself accountable to that. At the end of the day, we're looking for that culture shift, so we have to make shift happen.
Accountability is so important, isn't it? Accountability. Actually, I'm just going to say here at the BBC, our new Director General Tim Davie, in his first speech to staff, said that accountability is going to be key, and that on his watch, no one is going to get a promotion. No leader is going to get a promotion unless they can show how diverse their teams are, how inclusive their teams are, and they show inclusive behaviors. And I thought that was a really powerful message to send. We've covered that point. Actually, there was something I wanted to come back to you on, Lord Simon, when you spoke about, the economy. We're facing a downturn. It is so easy to default to our old ways and to fall into what they call unconscious bias, those quick decisions where we know that bias comes in. How do you think that people can mitigate against that?
Being bold, being brave, having a leadership around them. Someone like Claire. Claire will remind Steve, you said the words, you've talked the talk, now walk the walk. You can't say that you're on the Black Lives Matter side and put me on a panel globally and then fail. That our leaders need to be held to account. I would say to a company, look, I don't even mind. I want you to be selfish. I want you to have self-interest, to be the best. And if you truly want to be the best, then you've got to embrace diversity.
Yeah.
As in a global market, that you need to be many things to many people. But if you have this rigid focus that you can only get from certain universities, the brightest people, then you are locking out a whole range of potential talent. Shoku, I'm pleased about that your boss spoke about accountability. But in my opinion, when it comes to the whole saga about Rule Britannia, he failed. We have this sort of prom song which they sing every year. It's called Rule Britannia. Rule Britannia, Britannia ruled the waves. Britain never, never will be slaves. And there was this argument that actually in the 21st century, we should not be holding that song in great reverence. And the BBC said, yeah, they're probably right. And then the backlash, then the BBC, no, we probably got it wrong. I say this, imagine for a second, primary school kids, 10 and 11, from mixed backgrounds, singing Rule Britannia. Could you imagine that? I don't think so. If it's not right for 10-year-olds, it shouldn't be revered by adults. So we have to be bold. We have to be brave. I don't want to knock you, the BBC, but our institutions need to be held to account. We talk the talk, we must walk the walk, and we have to confront. We have to confront all these things. You mentioned, of course, that in sports in the UK, Ramses, we have football, soccer, right? Let me tell you, in the highest division, more than a third of the players are black. More than a third. In some of the teams, it's more than half. There's only one black manager. And I think that's out of the 2 divisions. So we're the entertainers, but we can't manage. Give me a break. You know, if Black Lives Matter is to mean anything, there needs to be a pathway that the talent on the pitch can show their talent in the boardroom. Anything less is a betrayal. Anything less discredits our organization.
So, Lord Simon, I'm going to move on to our last question. Now, this summit is not a talking shop. It's all about meaningful action for real change, because we are all tired of talking. So before we go, I'd really like to ask each one of you to share one action or one tip our audience can take away that will be transformative, that will really help to shift the dial in their organizations. Ramses, could I come to you?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I have several that I can share. The one that comes to mind first and foremost would have to be with the fact that we need to have more representation in senior leadership roles. So developing a plan in order to really make that happen, and acknowledging that, you know, you have a great HR team within your organization and a talent acquisition team, but if they feel as if they don't necessarily have the resources, there are partner organizations that can help them find that talent. What you will find oftentimes is when you have leaderships, people of color in senior leadership roles, it will help bring more diversity to an organization. We spend a lot of time talking about diversity data and looking into it. Our employees do the same type of analysis. They look around the organization and they look to see if there's people that look like themselves in positions that they eventually aspire to get into. If they do not see that, they don't stop looking. They continue to look, but they look outside the organization. And once that happens, you've lost the game. So it's really important to really make sure that you have a plan to bring in senior leadership, exactly what Lord Simon was talking about in terms of if we can be in the front line, if we could be in middle management, we need to be in the boardroom.
Claire, one quick, sharp tip.
One quick, sharp tip is look beyond the numbers as well. Look for the signs and symbols around the formal and informal uses of power to focus on inclusion.
That was very short and sweet. Thank you. Lord Simon, we're going to give you the last
slightly
word.
Controversial. I'll try and be quick. I'm going to be slightly controversial again. It's not just black faces in high places. Sometimes you can have black faces in high places and they can be shocking. They can hold black people back. So they need to understand race equality. That's why my one thing would be for the companies to have race disparity audits to see where everybody is in all those levels with ethnic minority pay gaps, then have a plan to close the gaps, as a whole, everything changes.
Three fantastic tips to finish on. Now, we've heard some real gems of wisdom there from great thought leaders in this field. Lord Simon, Claire, and Ramses, thank you all very much indeed for your time on this panel and for that incredibly rich and insightful conversation. If I may add my own final tip or takeaway for audiences, I believe that most people want to do the right thing, but sometimes there is an empathy gap, and we've heard a lot about empathy today. And there is a famous quote in To Kill a Mockingbird when Atticus says to Scout, "If you can learn a simple trick, Scout, you'll get along a lot better with all kinds of folks. You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb inside his skin and walk around in it." Note, he said his skin, not his shoes. And if you are a person of color, you can't change the color of your skin. So I think that there's one thing you can do is to speak to your Black and Asian and minority colleagues. Really listen without getting defensive and try to understand what it is like to live in their skin. And if you don't like what you hear, do something to make a change and start with yourself. As Ramses said, start with the man in the mirror. I also really believe in the value of exclusion workshops that allow those in positions of privilege and power to experience, even if it's for a brief moment, what it feels like to be excluded or to be treated unfairly. Now it's over to you. We would love for you to pledge to write to Layla in 3 months' time to chart your journey and the actions that you've taken, so that hopefully when we meet again in a year's time, our collective actions will have helped to shift the global dial. Thank you again for being here. And if you're live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and a virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget, you can catch up on all content after the summit at www.dialglobal.org. Any thoughts you have on how to make Dial Global Summit more inclusive, please do let us know. And don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. We'll see you soon for our next panel in 15 minutes' time, where we have more fantastic guests sharing the stories around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Thank you very much.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
"2020 has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Blackboat and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
Hello everyone, I'm Leanna Brendes and I'm head of Yahoo Finance UK. I'd love to welcome you all back to this DIAL Global Virtual Summit for this panel entitled Focusing on Ability, Looking Past the Visible and Invisible Disabilities to Focus on What Matters. So not only am I the head of Yahoo Finance UK, I'm also the global lead for our Asian ERG here at Verizon Media. And for this panel, I am very pleased to say that we are joined by 4 very inspirational leaders who I'm delighted to welcome on this virtual stage. They are Michelle Carney, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Special Olympics. And we've got John Dutton, who's the Chief Executive Officer of RLWC 21. And Katie Day, Athlete Leader at the Special Olympics. And Fiona Murden, who's the author and Managing Director at Oroka. So to give background just on what this panel is about, it's all about how disability inclusion ensures everybody has the same opportunities to participate in every aspect of life to the best of their abilities and desires. The Special Olympics and the Rugby League World Cup are global examples of this and celebrate athletes with intellectual and or physical disabilities. The competition itself focuses on individuals' unique talents and abilities, not on their disabilities. Yet in everyday life, many disabled individuals feel ignored, marginalized, and discriminated against by their employers. So how do leaders make sure disabled people are valued for what they bring to an organization and ensure everyone gets a fair chance? So before we get into detail, it would be really great to learn a bit more about each of you and for the audience here and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So Michelle, if you'd like to start.
Hi, thank you so much for having us on this panel. I'm fortunate to have what I believe is the best job in sport. John may disagree, but as the Chief Executive of Special Olympics Great Britain, I've had a varied career. I've worked in sport and commercial and charity sectors. And I started out in disability sport, and that was my passion. My career path was a little bit eclectic, but I've always found myself drawn to working with groups who really didn't have a voice. So I spent some time in Africa, developed a social enterprise using football as a tool to educate about HIV/AIDS. I worked at ActionAid, where our work focused primarily on the rights of women and girls. And then I went full circle, came back to Special Olympics, and where we work for the rights of people with intellectual disabilities. So for my view, I believe that we're all capable of amazing things. I believe that we all have a voice. I think we all have a right to be heard. And that's where I'm most passionate about. And I think as leaders, it's our responsibility, my responsibility, to create platforms and environments where for us athletes or anybody with an intellectual disability can thrive and can shine. You know, we're about lighting the spark, and I'm just passionate about getting voices like Katie's on this panel and getting Katie's voice heard, because she has something worthwhile to say and it needs to be heard. So delighted to be here for the next 45 minutes or so.
Fantastic. And so John, we'll come to you next.
Thanks, Liana. Hello, everyone. It's very hard to follow Michelle, I have to say. Incredibly privileged to be in my role. I'm leading a project that for the first time ever will stage the men's, women's and wheelchair tournaments together on the same platform at the same time. And we truly believe this is a transformative moment for the sport of rugby league, and hopefully something that others will follow. 25 years in professional sport. I've been incredibly lucky with the roles that I've had, but delighted to contribute to this panel. The drive towards equality, having events like ours that have a social impact and truly represent the communities we serve is so critically important.
Great. And Katie, I'd love to hear from you.
Hi, I'm Katie. I'm the Special Olympics Great Britain athlete leader. I've been a member of Special Olympics now since 1997, and I believe that all people with or without disabilities should have a voice. And I also own my own business, and which I think is a platform for everybody else out there. It just proves that we have hopes and dreams of everybody else.
It's fantastic. And Fiona?
Hi, I'm a psychologist by trade, so chartered psychologist, and part of the way I've been brought up in my own life and as a psychologist is to see the value in everyone and to try and put aside any biases to see what someone brings, what their story is. I personally believe that everyone has immense potential and that will look different for every individual, but it's trying to understand that. And when we can harness that, we can do amazing things for those individuals and for society as a whole. And so that is where I'm passionate, and that's what I bring when I write, when I advise senior leaders, which is part of my role as well.
Brilliant. Well, it's fantastic that you're all here, and so we'll get stuck in. I think to start, and I'd love, Michelle, you to take a lead on this one to kick us off, but it would be great to find out how, you have challenged prejudice and discrimination in all your lives and in your organizations, and what steps are really being taken in your businesses to ensure intellectual disabilities are being recognized as well as physical disabilities?
Yeah, thanks, Liana. So, I've spent my life championing change and challenging prejudice and discrimination. And, very early in my career, I saw how disabled people were ignored or treated as less than. I worked in the learning disability service in my very early 20s, and I remember taking one of the ladies who had a learning disability to the doctors, and it was clear to me at that stage that she was being treated differently because she had a learning disability, and I was outraged by that. And similarly, I've seen it within my own family. A cousin of mine who was also my best friend, she was a vivacious businesswoman, could hold court in any room, and then after years with battling with MS, she ended up in a wheelchair. She had some speech challenges. She was the same smart woman, but people treated her differently. And I just get really angry about that because I'm like, look at the person inside. So I think I've been driven by challenging people to think differently and to make sure that voices are being heard. So, we all have a voice and we all deserve to be heard. And it's our responsibility, each of us, to create environments so that those voices can be heard in a safe and empowering environment. At Special Olympics, we transform lives for those with an intellectual disability. We have over 6.5 million athletes registered across the world, and we're in nearly 200 different territories across the world. As we're the largest disability sports organisation in the globe. In Great Britain alone, we have 1.7 million people who live with an intellectual disability. 1.7 million people. There are 200 babies who are born every week with an intellectual disability. It's the largest group of disabled people, yet it's still a hidden disability. And there are many stigmas surrounding it because we don't talk about it because we can't see it. So Katie and I are here to kind of bust some myths about that. The Paralympics in London in 2012 did an incredible job in sport for those with a physical disability, and kudos to them and Channel 4 for bringing the Paralympics to the mainstream audience and and getting mainstream TV programs made, such as The Last Leg. We have to look to the Paralympics and go, that investment, that broadcast partner, it fundamentally changed the life for those with a physical disability. And I often say, so now, we shouldn't have to apologise to a parent for giving birth with someone who has an intellectual disability, whether that's Down syndrome or something else. If you're born without a limb, you'll more likely have seen an image of a Paralympian winning a gold medal, at the Paralympics. And you kind of go, oh yeah, you can get blades and you can do all of this differently. The people I've spoken to and the parents of the athletes were handed their child with an apology. I'm so sorry, your son. I'm so sorry, your daughter has. And I don't want the world to be like that. And I think we all have a role to play in changing that. The profile of the Paralympics has soared quite rightly, and it's just changed the landscape for those with a physical disability within sport. But sadly, our athletes with an intellectual disability are lagging way, way behind. And despite us being an official member of the Olympic family, our athletes don't feel equal to their Olympic or Paralympic counterparts. So, as I say, we have to learn a lot from how the Paralympics did that, but that was investment, awareness, broadcast, just getting it out into the everyday. So the issue that I have when we talk about disability inclusion, people go, oh yes, we're inclusive. And I go, actually, are you? Because when you talk about disabled people, more often than not, you'll go to an image of someone with a physical disability, so someone in a wheelchair. An accessible and truly inclusive organisation is not about simply putting a ramp in so somebody can get in. That's just a physical amendment which should be made anyway, but it's not a truly inclusive environment for someone with an intellectual or learning disability. So this is about a fundamental shift in our thinking and our organisational cultures. So, and this has been a great time for all the challenges of COVID. This has been a really great time to kind of really look at ourselves. But this is about really having a conversation with ourselves of, are we truly inclusive as businesses? And, it's a huge ask and can really feel overwhelming. Well, am I going to have to do this? Am I going to have to do that? We can all do our bit, and small changes will make a really big difference. And this is a long term. This is not, I'm just going to react and this month I'm going to just be really inclusive and then I'm just going to go back to normal. So in the UK, there are 94% of people who live with an intellectual disability are unemployed. It's a staggering figure. And we all have a role to play in changing that. As Katie said, she has her own gardening business. She used to work in a nursery. She's a businesswoman in her own right. She's amazing. So Special Olympics uses sport as a tool to transform lives for those with and without an intellectual disability. All our athletes have faced discrimination and exclusion. They and their families have fought their entire lives just to get access to basic services that we all take for granted. Health, education, just basic services. So what Special Olympics does is we shine a light on how amazing our athletes are, their resilience, their passion, their joy, the value that they can bring to communities and to business as a whole. Our athletes have changed my life for the better. I've been in this role 2 years. And, I'm passionate about sharing this joy and, the love with others because, Katie and our other athlete leaders, just an absolute joy. So it was said by, we had a global summit with our global chairman, Tim Shriver, and one of our young unified partners called Taja, when we were in a discussion about the Black Lives Matter movement and what was happening in the States. She said, it was really profound, if everybody in the world was involved with Special Olympics, then the world would be a better place. Because by our very nature, we don't discriminate, we are inclusive. We bring people together in the most joyous and fantastic way. And two things that the Special Olympics movement are really, really profiling at the moment is something called unified leadership. And this is where leaders with and without intellectual disabilities share a stage and work alongside each other. An example of this is happening today. So full credit to Dial Global and all the partners of this global summit. What Katie and I are doing, this is an example of unified leadership. Having Katie on this panel demonstrates that the team at Dial Global are committed to true and authentic inclusion. Katie has a voice and deserves to be heard, and alongside all our other athletes across the world. So, and they have amazing contributions to be made. So we have a fantastic athlete leadership team who are part of our formal wider leadership team. And that wider leadership team is represented by one of our athletes, Kira Byland, on our full board of trustees. The athlete leadership team join our full team meeting every Thursday morning, and they've been helping us navigate through some really challenging discussions through the COVID period and have been involved in making huge decisions. So, and I'm also delighted that finally we've got the Downing Street team who are leading the government's new strategy on disability are now recognising that intellectual disability has an important voice and an important voice and something to say. And it's real progress that the Downing Street team are coming to our next athlete leadership team meeting and are going to consult directly with our team of athlete leaders. So I said, it's all right for me to say, but I'd actually rather you talk to our athlete leaders directly and listen to what they've got to say. So I think we can all, each and every one of us, make a commitment today to do something differently. And I hope at the end of this session, we'll all just think just something. Katie will have taught us something that we didn't know.
That's brilliant. I mean, there's lots of steps like you outlined there that can be done on the smaller level in terms of changing that mindset and societal approach to the very big items where getting allies and advocacy on a governmental and company level. So when it comes to shining a spotlight on athlete leaders like yourself, Katie, how, as a leader, do you use your position to influence power and drive change?
Can you repeat the question, please? It really broke up.
No problem. As an athlete leader, you are in a position of power yourself right now. How do you use your position and the fact that you're a businesswoman, you're an athlete leader, to drive change for others?
In my athlete leadership role, we finally get the chance to have our say and have our voices heard. Because a lot of people say, oh, you've got a disability, you can't have a voice, you can't do this. And that's like, stop. We can do this, we can do this. We can achieve what we want to achieve with the right support and guidance. The Special Olympics, for example, before Special Olympics, believe it or not, I didn't believe I had a voice. And now I'm here and today, proving everybody wrong that we do have a voice, and with the right support and guidance and time, that's very, very important. Time, guidance, support, and treated like an individual. Those are the four main keys that we need to remember from the restricted disability. And as a leader, we go to cases. Last year we went to the Great Britain board meeting, and that's the first time ever in Special Olympics history that a team of athletes have got to the very top of the board, and we finally had our say, and we realised that and they finally realised that we are individual like everybody else. We also need to feel safe in our environment, like everybody else, and it's really important that despite having this disability, hashtag not, sorry, we should highlight our ability, not our disability, because as soon as, for example, if someone called Fred walked in and said, oh, you got a learning disability, oh, you can't go to meetings, you can't read or write. So, wait, we can do this, we can do that, we can go to the meeting, we can achieve our goals and dreams with the right support and guidance. And there's also a horrible experience I had going back in 2016. Someone came up to me, tapped me on the shoulders and raising position in the environment, top level, and they said, oh, don't give someone else a bronze medal. And that's a fact. I turned around and said to him, I didn't give the bronze medal. It's a national environment, it's national games, and we get where we are with hard work and guidance. Just because I didn't give someone the bronze medal, the gold medal, sorry, and if they said that to someone else who they wouldn't achieve what they want to achieve. And some of the businesses out there, they think that because we've got this hidden disability and that we can't achieve what we want to achieve. But for myself, for example, I own my own business. I've had experience of working with kids doing years beforehand. I'm an athlete leader for Special Olympics, and with the right support, guidance and time, we can achieve what we want to achieve in life.
That's fantastic.
And it's really important that we get treated as an individual.
Absolutely. And you've made some fantastic points there. Okay. Oh, I think there's a bit of a lag on our camera, so apologies if I'm over speaking you. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I think there's a bit of a lag on the camera, so very big apologies if I overspoke, but you made some very great points there, and it adds on to what Michelle was saying as well about it's all about the misconceptions that is running in our society when it comes to visible or invisible disabilities, and it should be more about the ability side. And it's reframing that mindset and language that seems to be incredibly important to making genuine change. And I'd love to hear from you, Fiona, and your background, because with everything you do and as a psychologist, that is at the core of how we can really make a change and how we reach all these marginalized communities. What do you think are steps that need to be taken, whether it's small or large, to bring about that change in mindset?
Well, so it is really hard. And I think what happens in the world that we live in, there's a huge mismatch between the way our brain has evolved and the way society operates. And we need to take advantage of the way our brain evolves, and doing things like role modeling the change is so critical, because it's something that actually just works with the way our brain is made, and it enables things to happen. But it's really hard when it comes to invisible disabilities, whether that's intellectual or whether that's mental health, because it's harder to then role model. But we need to hear people's stories, like Katie's, which is fantastic. We need to hear how that makes a difference. We need to understand, and where possible, we need to see it in practice, because that enables us, quite literally, as human beings, to make the change and to move towards a more inclusive society. But I think at an organizational level, I would always advise senior leaders that it's about creating a culture of belonging. So it's not necessarily diversity and inclusion, it's belonging, because belonging is what we need as humans. And if we can understand that we all belong, we're all the same in group, it's not they're over there and we're here, again, it enables a natural mechanism in the brain for us to actually change the way we do things in a positive way. I think it's so important to work with these things to help make the world more inclusive of everyone, and to be able to see the value that every single individual brings.
Exactly. And I think one of the key things you touched upon there is just about also how do we bring about greater equity when it comes to either not just identifying, but making sure that the playing field is leveled for everyone, so everyone has that equal opportunity in order to thrive. So, I mean, John, I would love to hear from you what you think would happen, like, to ensure that greater appreciation and representation in public and private organizations. How do we make that step forward? Because we talk about diversity, inclusion, belonging, but equity is the core of that. It's not just about quality anymore, it's about equity. What can companies do to bring this about?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Change is hard. I can't agree anymore with what Fiona said about role modelling. And if we go back to the start, Michelle has used her office as a role model and has done some amazing things in the Special Olympics. Katie talks about athletes having a voice and listening to people. And I think listening is so critically important. But as leaders, we've got to be authentic, and we've got to effect change. And we're living in uncertain times. I'm really interested in futurology and the way that the world will evolve. And if we look at before the pandemic, the way people consumed entertainment was changing radically, and perhaps the pandemic will accelerate that. So it's a very disrupted world. So in terms of affecting change, it's absolutely for people like me, people like Michelle, people into your office to make sure that what we say we're going to do, we back that up and actually get on and deliver it. I think there's some really interesting things that have happened, particularly in the UK. The Sports Governance Code has been a force for good. So in terms of representation, particularly at board level, there's been some parameters set on that. The gender pay reporting, whilst that might not have affected change, it has at least raised the issue more into public space and has created the greater debate. But it just goes back to being tangible, doing things. So when we look at our event, we've made some really bold and brave statements about how we will provide equality, introducing prize money for the women's tournament and the wheelchair tournament, a huge drive towards giving athletes with a physical disability and an intellectual disability a platform. And it's all well and good saying that. We've got to get on and deliver that, and in doing so, that will hopefully be the catalyst in the future. But I think the real change will come from decision makers, having representation in boardrooms, setting the strategies, and it's not going to happen overnight, so we've got to be realistic about that timeline. But just what Katie said before, listening to people is so critically important, and that will absolutely help with change.
And going on from that, so what John had said about that, you know, we have to do what we say we're going to do, and you know, it's one thing just going, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then, you know, in order to, so as Katie said, you know, what's important for her, and actually a lot of people with intellectual disability, is the time, the guidance and support, which means that we as leaders and our teams have to invest more time, more in guiding and supporting, and that is a distinct change in terms of how we work. You know, if you're on targets and you're running, you're going, I haven't got time to speak to somebody else or whatever. You know, we spend a long time. So in advance of this, Katie and I and Sam, Katie's mentor, spent a long time prepping. Kira Bylan, who sits on our board, I spend additional time with her to prep before a board meeting, because it's the right thing to do, because the more comfortable she will feel, the better she will perform. And it's that safe environment. So it does require a fundamental decision, and it has to be at the highest levels. And, you know, and what we have to say is the advantages are there. You know, in the long term, it's better for business to do this. You know, we say, you know, we're purpose-led businesses now, and, you know, the environment is evolving. We actually need to demonstrate that by doing it. And that is about, you know, simple things like, you know, creating some champions. So getting people within the business to champion it, and, you know, just do it small scale. Go on, Katie. Katie, you wanted to say something?
I'd just like to say, it's treating us like instead of treating us like a disability, treat us as an individual and how you like to be treated. Just think if there's anybody else out there and think about how you want to be treated as an adult and as an individual, not a child. We are not children. I say this a lot, and I say this time and time again. And lots of people say you've got disability, you're treated like a kid. We are not kids. We are an individual, an adult, just like you and I.
And I think that goes back to, in terms of the mentoring, you know, and as we, you know, are our organisations, our businesses, you know, how are we mentoring and developing young talent? You know, it's the same way. So people who aren't as experienced, and as Katie says, we're all individuals, and we all, you know, this kind of move, thankfully, to empathetic leadership and, you know, kind of treating people as people, and that whole, you know, the mental health and making sure, you know, the mental well-being is there. And, you know, we all gain from being kind and being inclusive and being patient. I think there's only positives to be gained from that.
And Fiona, I'd love you to jump on that as well with your background and looking into mental health, because that is a key component to everything. So especially if you're in a marginalized community, and then on top of that, there's a stigma of the mental health effects too. That's a almost double whammy for those who are marginalized at work. So what are the ways that can be approached to alleviate that, and generally, again, even using the same words again, but kind of level the playing field for everyone, and to try and remove some of that stigma?
Some of that, I think, around mental health, we're doing fantastic things in terms of raising awareness, but we need to ensure that organisations are really educating people about what it means, that it's not just about being mentally ill, it affects all of us, it's the same as physical health. That if you look at a star performer, they're as likely to fall foul to mental ill health as anyone else. And that we really need to think about inoculation, not cure. So supporting people with the right tools and understanding, and supporting one another. Because if you hire someone for their capability, whether they are from a marginalised population or whether they are a senior leader, if they then burn out or they're stressed or they're under too much pressure, you don't get that capability from them as an organisation. But equally, they're putting pressure on the people around them, as opposed to everyone lifting everyone else up. So I think the more people understand and the more inclusive people can be of each other, more people are able to express their own needs. Because, you know, Katie has her needs, my needs would be different, but to be able to express and articulate those by understanding our own needs, then we can work together to try and support one another.
I would also ask, one of the things that this has been raised, and stigma always comes up when it comes to this, but sometimes because of that stigma, it's very hard when it comes to self-reporting or speaking up especially if your mental health being affected because of everything around it. When I would say, like, maybe John, from a company point of view, what kind of steps can companies actually take to not just to remove that stigma, but when it is very difficult, when people won't self-report, and at the same time when we talk about invisible disabilities, how do we make sure that a company is more proactive rather than reactive to diverse people's needs?
I think the first thing, Liana, is having a greater awareness of the whole sphere of mental fitness, the need for greater resilience, particularly with some of the adversity that people now face in their lives. I think from a leadership perspective, a higher degree of emotional intelligence. You know, I think leadership and the skills that are required as leaders has evolved and will continue to evolve. And of course, during the pandemic, the workplace has been hugely disrupted. Many people going from the rhythm of traveling to work, being in the workplace, being surrounded by colleagues, to working from home in different ways, and whether they feel isolated or different challenges. So that's made, you know, the workplace, the environment, even more complicated than it already was, and people will react to that in different ways. So I think for leaders to try and introduce mental well-being activities, we have a huge mental fitness program that we are rolling out, and unfortunately that's very much been born out of the adversity that we've seen in the sport, and you know, the recent report, the World Suicide Prevention Day, and some of the statistics, particularly in men taking their own lives, is just quite frightening. And I think it's important that we all tackle that with a greater degree of emotional intelligence than ever before.
And Katie, I would love to hear about when you partner with Michelle and with the organisation. What have been, I suppose, standout moments for you when it's enabled you to succeed, you know, really elevated and empowered you to be that leader and to also at the same time run your business? Like, what have been standout moments?
There's 2 or 3 things that stand out at Special Olympics. It's, first of all, they treat us as an individual, not a disability. They give us life-changing opportunities. Like, for example, I went to the World Winter Games many years ago now, and I represented Special Olympics Great Britain alpine skiing. And it's just life-changing skill. It gives you the life-changing skills you need to succeed in life. And I think that a message that needs to get across out there, that with the right support and guidance and time, we can achieve what we want to achieve, like going to the World Games. Believe it or not, you want to believe it, I'm a 200-meter swimmer. The people say because I've got an intellectual disability, how can you ski? How can you swim? Because I do. Because I love it. It's just like I love Special Olympics. and then I think I've been having that experience in employment as well, mainstream environment. A lot of people need to be a little bit more aware that we need that a bit more time and that little bit more guidance and support, and possibly a bit more emotional support as well. Because when we have a meltdown, we get all tongue twisted and we have meltdowns. And just like everybody else, really, we will have our hard times and good times. And Special Olympics highlight the good times rather than the bad times.
I think one of the nicest things, Katie, that you said to me when we were in a ski thing in Birmingham was life before Special Olympics was really tough, and that you were excluded and you didn't have friends and you were bullied and all of that. And you knew you had something to say, but you just didn't know how to find that voice. And you knew in your stomach, you went, I've got something to say. And through Special Olympics and through that supportive environment and getting friends and all of that, you have found your voice and you have arrived, Katie Day. You're a legend.
Yeah, believe it or not, like 20 odd years ago, a few years ago, I wouldn't even be dreamt of being on this panel. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you all very much for having me on the panel today. And that's on that note. And now I'm brutally honest, and I finally been heard, not been bounced off a brick wall. Because a lot of times I felt like my voice has been bounced off a brick wall now I finally have the voice that's breaking barriers and inclusion, that's leading the way to inclusion.
That's fantastic. I mean, I think it's just testament of being a leader, anyone being able to stand up and be loud and, have that voice, have that platform, and that's fantastic. And that's what leadership is. And when it does come to that, I know that you've all brought up on this panel the importance of time in order to give that space, give that platform for voices, and also to be, heard, but also at the same time to gain greater equity. And so from a psychology point of view, Fiona, how do we bake in time for it? How do we change those mindsets on when it comes to diversity and inclusion, belonging? Time is always at the core of it. Everyone always says pause before anything in order to bring D&I and belonging. So what would your recommendations be in how someone who struggles with that concept, can change that and definitely make a change?
I think it's really hard because we live in a fast-paced, busy world where technology demands we have two bits of our brain, the fast-thinking brain and the slow-thinking brain. And really, D&I sits in the slow-thinking brain. And so it's, when I'm working with leaders, when I'm coaching, I actually say to them, you need to literally block out time in your diary to think. And I think when you're a leader, it's taking that time to reflect and to strategize about how you approach these things. But as an individual, it is taking that breath. It's saying, right, before I enter any meeting, before I enter any interview, before I meet people that I don't know, I am going to take a breath and think, actually, I'm going to listen. I'm going to put the time in to hear that person's story, to hear their point of view, before I jump in with what I'm thinking on my own. But it's hard, and I think it's a habit that we have to proactively learn to do.
And John, have you got any thoughts about, from a business leader point of view as well, of how maybe a company process can bake that into the culture a bit more, about taking more time to bring about equity?
Yeah, look, Fiona's absolutely right. Time for reflection is really important, and hopefully during what we're all experiencing now in the pandemic, people will stop and reflect and use the time to be advocates. Katie talked earlier about having a voice. We've all got a voice. You know, we can all be campaigners, and I think a lot of change is about the desire to actually want to make change in the first place. And I think this whole discussion about diversity, inclusion, belonging, ability, not disability, now is the right time to elevate that discussion and just make sure that at every level in an organisation there is the desire to make that change. Processes are, of course, important, Liana, and making sure that in that new rhythm and routine that we're able to do something that will affect the change. But to hear from Katie, to be inspired, to see what is possible through ability, to use the platforms we all have. We are so grateful to be able to, fingers crossed, stage our event in 13 months' time and use that as a catalyst for change. We believe this will be the most transformative event in 125 years of the sport, and it is because it's based on our desire for a truly inclusive event, and we will squeeze every last drop out of it, and then hopefully the knowledge that we gain, others will follow. And that's why it's so important that this debate is here and now, and people like ourselves can not only talk, campaign, but actually take demonstrable action.
Fantastic. Well, I can't believe that we're nearly at time, but before I wrap up, I do want to give an opportunity for every single one of you to leave the audience with a key message or a tip or something that you really would like them to take away from this. And, you know, how they can, when they come off, hopefully, you know, after tomorrow as well, because we've got 2 days of this virtual summit, that can really take home and action on right now.
I can start if you want. I would just say there are Special Olympics programs in pretty much every country around the world, and there are tens of thousands of phenomenal athlete leaders. So if you want to know as a business leader how you can be truly more inclusive, make contact with the local Special Olympics office and ask for some athlete leaders to come and speak to your senior leadership team. It's fundamentally changed some of our corporate partners and how they see inclusion, true inclusion. So that would be that's a top tip, and that's an easy thing to do. Just ask someone with an ID how you can be more inclusive.
I'm happy to go next.
That business needs to be aware of. Another thing that big business need to be aware of: big fancy words. They need to break it up a little bit. Instead of using these big fancy words, just use little words that describe it, instead of putting one big fancy word, to help us understand a bit more. Because big words confuse us, isn't it, about you guys? How do you feel about big words, guys?
Simplicity is the key. My top tip will be the shortest answer is doing. Let's not just talk the talk, let's walk the walk and make change happen.
Yeah, and I would second that, and role modeling. So every single one of us is a role model, whether you're a leader or not, whatever your role in life, you're influencing the behaviour of those around you. So just stop and think and don't be a bystander.
Great. Well, thank you very much, everyone who's been on panels today. We're really honoured to have you all here, and hopefully our paths will cross again very, very soon in real life, not on a Zoom call. But if you are live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the outbreak. But don't forget, you can catch up on all this content and watch this fantastic panel again if you want to, on demand at www.dialglobal.org. And any thoughts on how to make the Dial Global Summit more inclusive, please do let Dial Global know. So thank you very much. And don't forget to tune in to the next panel in 15 minutes time. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well, but we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
"2020 has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dial Global, the virtual summit, and we are panel 4. What I love about this summit is it's all about a call to action. We have been admiring the problems for so long. It's time to create solutions for change and measurement for accountability. And so today's conversation is all around advancing gender equality and demanding more. Status quo is not acceptable. We have been going backwards. So how do we create the progress forward? And just to set the landscape of this conversation, we know that gender equality is a human right. And yet, despite the progress, we are still underrepresented in both power and decision-making roles. We receive unequal pay for equal work. We continue to be targets of physical and sexual abuse, and we are underrepresented at all levels of the political leadership landscape. So this is all about action steps, call to action for leaders, men, women, trans, non-binary, and we need to demand more from ourselves as well as from our organizations to ensure that gender equality is not just a nice to have. We all know it's a business imperative, good for the bottom line, and important for all of us to take the action steps that we have the power and responsibility to take. So with that, I am honored to be surrounded by three remarkable leaders, really unpacking the challenges, but also the solutions. So I would love to welcome each of you here. Carrie, Heidi, and Anna, welcome. I'm going to start with each of you telling me who you are, what you do, and I'd love to hear from you what you think the greatest barrier today is for progress. Let's start with just setting the problem, and then we're going to start moving towards solutions. So Carrie, let's start with you.
Thanks, Shelley. So hi, everybody. I'm Carrie Daniels. I'm the CEO of Tesco Ireland. Just briefly to introduce myself, I've been in retail and in the branded supply side for over 30 years, starting off as a stock allocator in a clothing retailer in London and moving over to brand marketing and supply side. I've been at Tesco for 18 years. I've worked across the UK, Europe, and the last 2 years in Ireland. I was delighted to be appointed CEO of Ireland. I'm proud to say the first female CEO in Tesco, which is great. In terms of Tesco as a business, for those of you not familiar with Tesco, we're 13,000 colleagues in Ireland, 150 stores, large stores, small stores, and an online business across food, general merchandise, clothing, and a mobile business. And we're the second retailer in the market. And on a personal note, I'm married with 2 sons, aged 12 and 11. So firstly, Shelley, I'll come on to your question. I'm really passionate about driving inclusive culture, and it's born out of my own personal experience. You know, working in a team where everyone is genuinely welcome, you know, and diverse, gender, but all the metrics, thought, experience, and so on, are the best performing teams, more collaborative, more effective. We've all seen the data, and the business case, the cultural case is undisputed. And genuinely, in all the organisations I've worked in, the teams I've worked in, those where I feel I really belong, I've certainly done my best work. And to answer your question, what is the biggest barrier? You know, I reflect on my career and say, actually, I've been the biggest barrier at times, but also, you know, colleagues around me. And so I think we've got a lot to do, but, you know, we are making progress. I think we're going to come on to talk about some of the things that we've been doing.
I think that's so interesting when you talk about you have been one of your greatest barriers, because does that mean, you know, it's the imposter syndrome? You just don't believe you're qualified, you're good enough, you're talented, work-life balance issues? Is that when you think about your
absolutely, all of those, you know, and at different times as I was growing up through the organizations.
So you held yourself back, and that was your own internal perception versus not necessarily.
But I've learned, you know, the younger me actually had a lot of imposter syndrome, but, you know, the older me, as I am quite old now, you know, absolutely.
It's just a mindset, Carrie. It's a mindset.
It is. Let's not talk about age.
But that is, I just want to say, you brought the word up, age. Diversity is not just about gender and race.
Absolutely.
And religion. It's about age. We always forget about that factor. This is the first time in history we have 5 generations in the workplace, Gen Z coming in, traditionalists moving out but retiring later, and the whole intersectionality of age is so important as well. And I want to talk about LGBT, put that in there, and ability. Anna, tell us about you.
Thank you. So I'm Anna Purchase. I'm head of people at KPMG in the UK. So we're 17,000 of us in the UK, over 22 offices. I've been with KPMG all my career. So I started out in audit, then most of my time in transaction services. So doing due diligence around mergers and acquisitions. I've seen the workplace change during that time. I remember when I joined, it was in the last century, women didn't wear trousers in my workplace. Working in deals over the years, often the only female in the room, sort of got used to that, got used to being the one who was asked to do the coffee round, even as I got more senior.
I want to say something. When I was told, it just reminded me, when I used to be asked to get the coffee when I was, in the room, I would say, I'll get the coffee if you take the notes. So even before all this, when we were starting to get the right coaching, it just felt intuitive to me to say that response. So it's funny that you brought that up.
Yeah. And now as head of people, I'm responsible for all of HR, learning and culture at KPMG. So I've had a real opportunity to drive change in our firm, and I'm pleased about what we've done, but there's of course lots more to do. And in answer to your question, Shelley, I think there's probably two barriers. Can I be cheeky and say two? I think the first one is quite simple. There's always so much going on in business. Keeping, challenging and pushing forward on gender diversity firmly at the top of the agenda. So progress and focus is given to it is the first one. The second, I think many of us like to think our organisation's a meritocracy. So that can mean that we don't push ourselves hard enough, and it can mean that leadership teams think that's not our organisation. That may happen elsewhere, but not at ours. We're a meritocracy, and that's why I, as a leader, got to the top. So I think there are two barriers.
Well, and I think I just want to reinforce what you said about focus. We can all talk about what we want to do, but it's very different to prioritize, focus, and hold ourselves accountable for what we are going to do and making sure we do it. Heidi.
Hi, Shelley. I'm Heidi Spierge. I'm the Chief Strategy and Marketing Officer for Cornerstone. We build people development software for global companies around the world. They use it for recruiting, development, performance management, et cetera. But really at the heart of it is, and that's why I'm here, is that we really are looking at how do we help people do their best work. And to me, that's what is the connections in my through thread through my career. I've been in the HR and talent management, technology and consulting space my entire career. So starting in 1993. And I think my passion for diversity and inclusion, and particularly promoting women in the workplace, really stems from my own, like Carrie, my own personal experience. I grew up in Silicon Valley. I still live in Silicon Valley, and it is still very much a man's world. It wasn't until I started my own company that I really found my leadership legs. And so to your question around the greatest barrier, I think that, and it's certainly informed by my own experience, but I still think the greatest barrier is when you're not surrounded by role models of leaders, and leaders who lead in a way that you think you can lead, that resonate deeply with you, and that you have an emotional connection with and can see yourself in that role and in that seat. I think it's very, very difficult to grow your career and do your best work because you just don't have that permission to be you. I think that held me back until I started my own company. And I went out and I built something from the ground up and ran it for 8 years. And that was really when I discovered a whole new, different way of leading. And I still see it in my current workplace. And when women aren't surrounded by women leaders, I think it's really holds individuals back.
Well, you unpacked a lot of very important topics. One is the importance of being you and feeling comfortable being you, being able to bring your authentic, true self to work. The second is We need to talk about the representation, but also the reflection. When you see yourself somewhere, that also helps you feel very comfortable. So I would love to go into solutions and what you are doing within your companies. When we talk about closing the gender gaps, we talk about parity, which is the pay gap. We talk about policies, which really helps from a cultural belonging sense. How do we create these policies that will allow us all to bring our best selves, our true selves, our whole selves to work and feel that gratification of that? We talk a lot about pipeline. How do we not just fill the pipeline, but how do we create the pathway to leadership? And then the people skills. Do we have the right leaders in our organization that are going to help create this inclusive, safe space for all of us to work? So I would love, Kari, to start with you on pipeline and how you are activating, and I'll keep using the word action, activating the solutions for change to not just fill the pipeline, but to create that pathway to leadership. And the first thing that you mentioned is you are the first female CEO of Tesco, which is phenomenal. Congratulations for that. But what are you doing in your organization?
Yeah, sure. So just a bit of context, we're making progress, but have a lot to do. So at a junior and manager level, we're at 40-50% gender split. But when we get to director level, we're 17. So, and in some areas, 0. So, conscious of that, coming into this role, I genuinely believe it's got to be driven from the top. And I made it, it was a real focus and strategic imperative coming into Ireland. Went public, signed the 30% club, the Diversity Charter of Ireland, and so on. And then sort of taking my responsibility as a role model actually very seriously. So, for example, when I was offered the role, historically in Tesco, one would move your family and you'd go and live in the market. But actually, to make it work, my husband works full time, 2 children I've mentioned, I wanted to commute. And that was quite a challenge to the organisation. But essentially, I was absolutely supported with all the tools and all the support needed to do that. And that sort of flexibility, very important to me, but clearly also important to colleagues. So, we've worked on using hubs, stores as a places to work rather than people commuting into the office, and congestion is a bit of a challenge in Dublin. Part-time roles, and so on. So, and then in terms of role model myself, I'm very planned and I've got rules. I don't miss a sports day, I don't miss a parents' evening and all of that. And that was quite, not always the case actually in the business and across the business. I think the other piece, and just to give you a bit of an example to bring it to life, when I went to Ireland, I went and visited the stores. And I was struck by how few store managers we had that were female. So we did a few focus groups, and it was a real moment when I listened to a young store manager, single mother, how she woke her baby and toddler up at 5 a.m. to drop them off at her mother's to get to the store to open it. The reason being, the contract is the store manager is responsible for opening the store. She had a 45-hour week, and every second Sunday she had to do a 12-hour shift. Now, totally in our gift. So our legacy contracts and our legacy structures conspired against, getting women progressing to be store managers. So totally in our gift, we changed the contracts. We've got a security provider that does call outs through the night if the alarm goes off, and so on. So I'm really hoping that actually through that, and we've already seen the signs, job shares and more women come through to our store manager population. The other bit that, again, as a business... I want to talk
about something that you just said, because instead of doing a recap at the end, I'm going to recap as we go, because these are brilliant golden nuggets. What you just outlined, it's not that hard. It just took a pause moment, a self-reflection moment to look at where we see people falling off. And entry level, you didn't have a problem, close to 50-50. Entering into C-suite, less than 17%. Where did everyone fall off? In middle management, which I call the messy middle. And this is where life stage accommodation comes in. You paused, you had that pivot moment, where is the breakage? it was in the early morning opening the store. But if you want to truly attract the best talent, more women, it was that one little twist of having them not have to open in the morning or, be on for late calls that is allowing you to really build the best workforce, not just the available one. So thank you. I just wanted everyone tuning in to hear that loud and clear. Keep going. Sorry, Carrie.
So I think the other bit is that's data in itself, that focus groups that we did. But for our organisation, we looked at our talent and did a whole calibration exercise. And what we actually found was our female talent was actually benchmarking more positively, more strongly than the male talent. But when we looked at our talent roadmap, the women were behind the men. And that data was so powerful and gave us such confidence and then drove action. So I'd really encourage organisations and leaders to actually get, be it insight or data, that really helps then to make a decision and change. And again, coming back to the earlier point, it is in our gift and not hard to do. And the other piece to that then is, of course, listening. Now, to me, it's crucial. We call it Every Voice Matters, a survey which we do a pulse weekly, and we do an annual survey. And actually, colleagues telling us that they are, happy at work, we are supporting their needs and whatever, drove us to actually put the hubs in place so actually people could work more flexibly from our stores rather than come into the office. And all of that data is really, really important. And also we benchmark externally. So for the third year running, we've got the Great Place to Work accreditation and Best Workplace for Women, which for an organisation of fair scale, as we are in Tesco Ireland, is a great achievement. But it's really important that external benchmarking and audit to help us see where are the areas that perhaps we're below the benchmark that we can actually drive and improve and focus on. So there's a few examples really that actually have been, I think, helped us move more quickly in the last couple of years than perhaps we've moved before.
Well, I think you also are talking about not only an open culture where you are open to learning, listening, and evolving, which is the first piece, having that mindset. But ultimately, in my opinion, it's about conscious leadership. And that this is really what it takes. It's conscious leadership, focusing on the issues that matter, that you want to transform and work on, and then getting it done step by step. And it's not that hard. It just takes wanting to do it and be willing to do it, in my opinion.
Indeed.
Thank you for sharing all that. So now let's go to Anna, because what Kari just walked us through was the pipeline to leadership. How do we create this pathway? How do we eliminate some of the obstacles and just rewrite the rules? Sometimes they're legacy rules that just need to be written. We say you got to get rid of the junk in the trunk to create some of the new ones. And so that we can make the exception the new norm and free it all up. So when we go to pay gap, the parity piece, closing the gap, just to level set here, according to the World Economic Forum, it'll take over 257 years to close the gender pay gap, which in my opinion is decades and decades too long. Currently, women on average are making 81 cents on the dollar. I think we've increased by 1 penny. Black women, 64 cents on the dollar. Latinas, 53 cents on the dollar. So unacceptable. And we are still talking about the pay gap today. And we are also seeing the gap widen on a disproportionate level, especially with women and women of color in this COVID crisis moment. So what are you doing in your organization, or and advising on closing the gender pay gap?
Yeah, so I completely agree with you. Unacceptable. Of course it is. So there's three things we're finding that are working in terms of making change. The first one is really getting under the data, because you can look at the headline data for a firm and say that's due to having more women in junior positions and fewer women in more senior positions, and that's that. But then I think it's really important to dig in at divisional level, to look at pay gaps within a seniority grade And you might see some really interesting differences there that surprise you. And it's only when you get to that level of granularity that you really understand what's going on in your organization. Then you can share that information with your employees. And that takes some bravery, because it's quite, you worry about sharing pay gaps. You don't want to have pay gaps in your organization, do you? But I think it's the right thing for employers to do, to be brave and show that granularity of data, because then people can react to it and make decisions. One of the things you'll find is that certain jobs do command a bigger salary in the marketplace than other jobs. So it's not because there's an issue within the firm for equal pay for equal work. It's just reflecting salary differentials in the marketplace. By being more transparent about the pay gaps, you're helping women work out areas that they could move to and earn higher salaries. So I think that is explaining the difference is really important. The second thing is having an action plan.
Can I just on that one for 1 second, Anna, before you move to number 2? When you talked about helping women find positions with higher salaries, is that women in general, or is it caregivers that are, because I love to say it's caregiving is still predominantly a female issue. When men are primary caregivers, they have some of the same challenges. Is it for caregiving, or is it just in general women across the board?
So I'm talking women across the board and differential. So in my area of professional services, there are different salaries depending on which area of consulting you're in. For example, it's market driven. And I think it's really important that women are aware of that. So when they're choosing their sector specialism, that you can see there is a salary differential, and don't allow one area to be male dominated. The next thing the second thing I think is really important is not just to look at the data, but then have an action plan, and think through as a management team, what are you going to do differently to drive through change? And that could be in a sector, it's quite obvious, but where you don't have as many women, bring in more role models. I completely agree with Carrie that the role model point is crucial to attract more females into that area. And then the third thing that we're seeing in KPMG to make a difference and with our clients is setting local targets and then holding people to account for it as part of their performance assessment. Because it's quite easy to talk about this being a good thing, but unless you're saying it's so important to a manager that that's one of the KPIs I'm going to appraise you against, people won't necessarily allow it the time to drive change. And I think that accountability is really, really important.
I agree. I think you can't treasure what you can't measure. And I think that holding every leader inside an organization accountable for taking care of their teams is so important, because why should an employee have to fight for themselves? This is something that should be systematically and organizationally incorporated into performance metrics. So thank you for sharing that. Let's go to the third piece, culturally. And, Heidi, this is where we'd love to hear your opinion. You talked about the culture of belonging and how important that is. And a lot of that is also what kind of policies we put in place to ensure that we are attracting and retaining our best talent through entry, mid-level, and up to senior level. What are some of your suggestions around creating that culture of belonging that will lead very impactfully to advancing gender equality?
Yeah, so first of all, when I think about culture, I think about three things. I think about, number one, it has to come from the top. Number two, it has to be very deliberate, and you have to be very conscious around how you're building culture. And then number three, it does also need to be organic. And so when I think about how you create a culture of inclusion and one in which diversity and women will thrive, when I think about leadership, I think the most important thing is being hyper transparent. people crave visibility and transparency into current state, how we're doing, even if it's not a pretty picture. So I think many times organizations wait until the story and the picture is good enough to share, and that's a mistake. That actually erodes credibility across the organization and is actually counterproductive to your mission. So starting with transparency around how we're doing and sharing that data on a regular basis, it demonstrates that from a leadership perspective, this is something extremely important. It's not important if you don't measure it. That's the number one rule of business. And so if we're not measuring it and not sharing that what those results are, it's really tough to begin to move the needle. So I encourage sharing. Similarly, the C-suite, the top executive tier, absolutely needs to make D&I and diversity and inclusion a strategic priority within their individual teams. So at Cornerstone, all of our senior leaders have a D&I topic on every single one of their individual team calls. And our CTO, and obviously as a software company, the diversity issue with women is most acute and most problematic within our engineering division. Our CTO makes diversity a topic on every single one of his weekly management calls. So that is a strong statement to the organization that it's a priority, and that begins to build the pyramid of trust and accountability. And then in terms of the building culture from the ground up and from a people, it's that you use the word policy, and I completely agree. Being very deliberate and conscious about creating rituals within your organization that will help create a more inclusive environment are key. So as an example, one of the things that we foster is to look at our meetings and ensure that meetings have a diverse attendance, represented particularly in more senior level meetings where we have key decisions being made or the strategic path of the organization or the division being set. And if we don't have enough senior female leaders in that meeting, what we will do, and we encourage people to do, is to invite a more junior person or perhaps someone from another department or division to join the meeting, because as I mentioned earlier, building that inclusive environment and demonstrating and role models and women at the table makes such an unconscious difference and has such a tremendous impact on the women in that meeting. So that's a very conscious and deliberate decision that we've made. And then we also, as a leadership team, talk a lot about shining the light and on individuals, on women more junior in the organization, to ensure that when a woman is behind and responsible for the execution of a successful program, et cetera, that we ensure we go out of our way to make it known and make that woman known. So we're shining light on women very deliberately in order to create cross-functional visibility and visibility at the leadership level to counteract the tendency where you go into succession planning, and as Anna just said, the performance, or maybe it was Carrie, the performance results didn't necessarily correlate to the pipeline and the pace in with which women are moving through the pipeline. And some of that is due to the biases that we bring to the table and the natural relationships that are developed. So we're really looking to counteract that by creating visibility in the moment across teams, across divisions, and at the most senior level. So those small cultural shifts are really, really important. And then the last thing I would share is I think we're really in a unique time in this era of COVID, and we working in a software business. We are 100% working in a remote environment, and there's a very unique set of challenges that in many cases are falling more heavily on women than men as they are working to, in the US currently, many school districts have a remote schooling environment. So we're seeing a tremendous fallout, and we're starting to see it in our own organization, but across the US, and we're seeing a fallout of women opting out of the workforce to stay home to school their children because they just simply can't manage the balance between having young children at home, trying to teach them, ensuring that they're focused on their education, and maintaining the demands of work. So we've we've implemented a lot of cultural shifts to create the accommodations for men and women and men, I should say, to be comfortable, to have, it's okay to shift your work schedule. It's okay to say, I can't work after 3 p.m. I will work Saturdays, I will work evenings. Our CEO explicitly talks about it on all hands calls. We regularly have children pop onto people's laps and we laugh and we ask their name. And it's a way of giving permission to people to bring their work and home life together in a way that is unprecedented, really. And I think in order to really bring that to life, and you can say it, it's one thing to give lip service to it, but leaders, as Carrie mentioned, leaders have to walk the walk. And so I regularly talk about my family. I will say, no, I can't work after 3 p.m. because my son who's in college just came home. So I think helping modeling that behavior to give the permission to people at all levels to really truly balance the demands of work and family is really key. So we actually have our policy, which is bring your children to work policy. I mean, in this remote environment, every day, you can always bring your children to work because they're basically in the back of your office anyhow.
So I'd like to start seeing not just the women with their kids on their lap saying, this is my child. I'd love to see parents equally doing that, because we all know the biases and the stereotypes that kick in when a mother, when a woman has her child on her lap or is, excuse me, I just have to go put them on the Zoom to do their home education, they are distracted. And when a man has their child on their lap and says, wait a minute, I need to put my kid on their Zoom, oh, how adorable. So we need to share the equality responsibility at home, which will also go a long way to, work, whether it's physical or virtual, I don't care. We need to round it out. And this is a good time to practice shared responsibility.
Completely agree. Our CEO actually, in an all hands call with 3,000 people on the call, he said, guys, I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. And you could hear his kid in the background. And he came back and he was dealing with a family issue. And that just created so much positivity across the organization. And it made him so human and vulnerable and gave everyone else the permission to be human, which I think is huge.
So I want to go to the human and vulnerable, human and vulnerable. And Carrie, I know that you had a thought to jump in. So I'm going to go to you, which is where I wanted to go anyways, talking about that, those soft powers of leadership, the emotive, the collaborative, the compassionate, the passionate, the human, the vulnerable, the resilient. I think those are the greatest qualities of leadership today, which of course you exemplify and amplify. And as you said, you are a role model for that now as the first of its kind in your category. So if you want to jump in on what Heidi said.
Thanks. I totally agree with Heidi's last point around the challenge that's presented by all that we've lived through in the last 6 months is something we really do need to be mindful of, and disproportionately impacting women. Certainly that's been my experience. But what I was triggered earlier, and it's less of a policy but an intervention, building on what Heidi was saying, was the other thing that we've been doing, and it is softer, is actually being celebratory. And I don't mean that in a sort of patronizing way, celebrating diversity. And we've moved away from networks in Ireland. We've gone to sort of a council. And what we've decided is the whole organisation comes together on 4 moments through the year: International Women's Day, Pride, World Food Day, and World Diversity Day. And through that, we can celebrate the diversity of our colleagues. And, and the whole organisation has stores that we do stuff, point of sale and so on in stores. And we have a big float for Pride. We sponsor Dublin and Cork. So all of this is where we all come together, not just those who, traditionally were in that network. We've sort of moved away to be, we all are celebrating diversity of our colleagues, and that's been really well supported, and there's a lot of engagement for that. So that's just triggered by what Heidi was saying.
Well, I think that one of the things, and when we talk about diversity, and you use the word again, I started thinking about differences. That sometimes could create more bias when we say, because people only pick the people that look like them, that act like them. And so that's why we moved from Chief Diversity Officer to Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, because we need a diverse workforce. We know that's good for business, innovation, bottom line performance, culture, all of those things, diversity, but we need to be inclusive. So how do we make people, all of us that are different and have our unique strengths, feel included? And then we move to the concept of belonging, because diversity and inclusion are strategy, tactics, and belonging is a feeling and making everyone feel comfortable. And so, Anna, I'd love to go to you, especially Chief People Officer at KPMG, of people. Number one, how do we create this systemic change? You know, we are in a double crisis, maybe even a triple crisis, but with COVID and of course the working from home, mental health, mental illness, all-time high, depression, loneliness, caregiving challenges, adding the sixth dimension. You know, we always have the work-life balance, work, family, community, friends, and we forget about the fifth, ourselves. And now we have a sixth one just to topple us, which is home education on top of, you know, all of these issues. People. How do we create the environment where it's not in a textbook. It's how do we create the belonging heart, a place inside of a company where everyone feels welcome, everyone feels included. What is your best advice?
So absolutely right. In time of COVID, it's so important to be focusing on this. I'd say there's two things that stand out for me. The first is trust. I think many of us as employers have realized the way to do this is to trust our employees through this. So Heidi, you were saying about people working from home, juggling school care and childcare. I mean, goodness, yeah, we just have to trust everybody nowadays to do the job in the time that's right from them during the working week. And I think that has created a much more positive feel in many organizations because we all like to be trusted, don't we? The second thing I'd call out is kindness. And kindness to each other is so fundamental if you want to feel part of the team. And that's not just top down managers being kind to their staff. I think it's the other way as well. And I was just thinking a moment ago about calling things out that people have done well. I think it's really powerful for a more junior colleague to call out when a more senior colleague has done something well and call it out to the top of the organization. So if you're just back from maternity leave and you know that somebody went out of their way to make sure that you were on a really exciting project next, call it out and say, you know, I appreciate you did that because not everybody would have done. And when I hear stories of that, I love sharing them, and you make sure that the person who's gone out of the way to make the effort gets recognition for it. And I think that's really empowering. That's
fantastic advice, and I like the call out. Good behavior. You know, I often say we get so negative and accusatory and point fingers. Let's first give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, awareness comes first, education comes next, action, of course, required. Action here necessary. So if we could go to, as a quick wrap up, the one thing, give me one thing you are going to prioritize for yourself, that you are going to hold yourself accountable to do in 2021. Let's go to 2021. What's the one most important thing you're going to focus on to advance gender equality? And Heidi, let's start with you.
So I think the one thing that I have been always very committed to doing myself is the mentoring and sponsoring of other women. The one thing that I am going to do is to build a greater set of a systemic and program around that at my company. I think it is going back to my opening comments around my own personal experience and not having had that that mentor and that role model earlier in my career, working in a highly male environment. I think that we have a big opportunity to improve on that front at my company. And so I think that's my, I'll say my company commitment for 2021. My personal commitment is to not take the pressure off of DE and I personally. It's so easy to get caught up in our demands. And based on the 2020 being a highly unusual year, let's hope 2021 is not quite as unusual. It's very easy to focus your time and efforts on certain and shine a light on certain problems during unusual times, and then go back to prior practices. So just personally, just reinforcing my own allocation of time to continue to focus on DEI.
Perfect, Carrie. We just have a couple of minutes, so let's go fast. So everyone heads up with the
I want everybody in Tesco Ireland to really genuinely feel they belong, and I'm going to role model that. And I think it is through continual listening and insight, and us being brave and making decisions and changing the way we do things to help support our female colleagues.
Thank you, Anna.
And for me, more focus on intersectionality. So Black Lives Matter, so much to do. So supporting my Black female colleagues in my firm, that's my priority.
Okay, well, I just have to wrap by saying this was an incredible conversation. I learned so much more in just 45 short minutes. There is so much to do. It's not that complicated. If we have an open, conscious mindset, if we are listening, we are learning, we are evolving, we are not stuck in status quo, but we know that it's all about next step solutions for change, measurement for accountability, and the mindset to do something, do anything that is progress. So if you are live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget, you can catch up on all content, especially this one. Post the summit on demand at www.dialglobal.org. Any thoughts on how to make the Dial Global Summit more inclusive, please do let us know. Don't forget to tag in Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. See you soon. The next panel will start in 15 minutes. There'll be more fantastic guests, not as great as mine right here. Everyone will be sharing stories around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And to each of you, you are incredibly inspiring and conscious leaders. Keep doing your thing.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better. Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
(2020) has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
Hello and welcome back to the DIAL Global Virtual Summit. Our next panel is entitled Sports, how we're levelling the playing field, both on the field and off the field, from grassroots to the boardroom. My name is Sanjay Bandari and I'm the chair of Kick It Out. We're joined today by 4 inspirational leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the DIAL Global Virtual stage. They are Rupinder Bains, who's a board member at the FA, Paul Parker, who's a former professional footballer and current sports television pundit, Bill Bush, who's Executive Director at the Premier League, and Rob Webster, who's Managing Director at Sky Sports. Sport, of course, has the ability to inspire, enthrall, and motivate us, but it's also an incredible platform for change, a powerful public platform. And so in this session, we're going to hear from 4 great leaders on what they're doing to drive real and sustainable change, both on and off the field. But before we go into the detail, it'd be good to learn a little bit more about each of our panelists, and in particular, why you're personally so passionate about equality, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So maybe we can start with Rupinder.
Hi, Sanjay. It seems like a long time ago that I probably attended my very first interview as a candidate. And back then, as a budding lawyer for a Magic Circle law firm, I remember putting in my application with a little passport-sized photograph of myself. And now, thinking about that, you think, why were we made to do those things? And then going into the firm on the day of the interview, the lawyer took me round the offices and asked me questions like, it must be really difficult for you not being from here. And then in the interview, being interviewed by 3 partners, senior partners of this law firm, asking me about what my parents did for a living and being incredibly disappointed, visibly disappointed, when they heard that my parents were hardworking, working class people. So why am I passionate about diversity and inclusion? I don't want, or I would not like, others to be in that same position that I was, where you're made to feel and ask, are you good enough? Because of your background, because of your ethnicity and your gender. So now that I'm the MD of a law firm, and now that I'm on the board of EFA, I'm hoping that in these roles, I can affect and instill some change. Because I really think people are far more receptive now than ever. And, hopefully, coming together, especially in sport, we can lead by example. So that's why I'm so passionate.
Fantastic. So from the boardroom to the changing room, Paul, how about you? Why are you so passionate about equality and inclusion?
I think it just has to do with what my life has really been about, from being a kid at school who was fortunate to be quite good at most sports, being very quick, being very athletic, and doing most things on the track, doing cross countries, and that was my way in and my acceptance to a point. But then when you start socialising, and then when at the time a black taxi driver walks into a pub and he's calling out for his fare, and then he gets abuse, but then you get people who kind of supposed to be your friends saying, but it's all right, Paul, you're one of us. So straight away that makes me think, how do I deal with that? I had to accept it because there was nowhere to go. Play football. I go to places, I get abused. I have to get on with it. It's only, like now you have children, you want to make the world a better place for your children to grow up, and I'm very lucky that my kids have had a decent upbringing in decent places. I'm able to do that. And my main thing really, which I think about, is that I just like to try and be a voice and just be able to be involved in every opinion that's going on and trying to make things a lot better for other people's children, but more importantly, be involved in helping other footballers not go through what I went through, because it still goes on. Not at the top of the tree, it's all down at the base.
Yeah, and I really identify with that thing about, you're different. It's almost like you're different to the rest of them. You're okay because you're one of us. It's almost like you have to pretend to be someone else, and we might go into that. I don't know, call it covering, but what you described, I've been through as well myself, and I'm sure Rupinder, you have as well, where you have to pretend to be something you're not. Rob, what about you? What gets you to this stage?
So I've led a life that's relatively privileged. I grew up as a white boy. I am a white middle-aged man running a big sports broadcast group. And what gets me so passionate on this topic is the simple fundamental of listening to my colleagues, listening to their stories and their experiences, and feeling deeply touched, deeply moved, at one level guilty, just simply because no human being should be made to feel like people have been made to feel. And it's a sort of simple human reaction to the fact that it's just not right that you can go into a room and be made to feel not welcome, inferior, or whatever the right description is. It is just not right that any human being should be made to feel inferior to another human being. And I think that we are in a very privileged position at Sky Sports to be able to use our voice to try and to do our bit to effect real change. So it just touches you personally when you hear people's experiences and how those experiences have made people feel. It is just not how any human being should be made to feel.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Robin and Bill. How about you? What motivates you? Why you? And I know from the conversation we've had how passionate you are about this subject. So maybe you could share that with everyone else.
Well, I suppose I'm a kind of typical child of the 60s. I grew up at that moment for the very many people who are not children of the 60s, because they had the good fortune to be born sometime later, or to mature sometime later. It was a very optimistic time. And there was a period when we thought, you know what, if we just all get on with each other, the world's a better place. Didn't last very long because the world came crashing in, and it's not something that you can just wish for. It's something you have to work at. But that sense of optimism, the sense of the world can be a better place if we can work together to achieve it, kind of lingers on. But you have to add to that a determination to do something about it. And the next realization is no one individual can change the world, but you can try and change that bit of the world that's around you. And so as I moved into more responsible jobs, I had the challenge and great good fortune to move into an organisation that was determined to make a change. It was an early adopter, if you like, in British society of wanting to make a change. And the abuse we got, the distortions, the media assaults being denounced in the House of Commons and elsewhere, for what would now seem like really modest steps towards equality and embracing diversity. And it made you realise that it's a long old slog, but the responsibility remains the same. If you have the power to change something around you, to make the world a happier, better place that's fairer for everyone in it. Fair does not mean you treat everyone as if they're angels. It means you treat everyone with the same sense of fair judgment, and you judge them by how they are as individuals and not how you slot them into categories. People aren't categories, they're individuals. And I found that whatever the fight is, whatever the argument is, whatever the hard work needs to be done, in the end, it's always been worth going through the barriers, trying to change minds, and if necessary, override people who will not go on the journey. The world ends up, that bit of the world that you can influence ends up a better place. And without being too idealistic about it, it's quite nice to go to bed thinking you have tried to make a difference. And if you haven't, you wake up the next morning and think, well, start again. As a good football phrase, you go and then you go again.
We go again. That's it's a useful segue maybe into the first main question. So I just wanted to turn to Paul really to start off with, because ultimately all sport really is about players and fans. So and really about the connection between the two. And so I just wanted to start with a player's perspective really. And Paul, from your experience, you played quite a few years ago, and I had the privilege of watching you most Saturdays for a few years because you played for my team. What do you think has changed in the state of equality in English football in your time in the game, and has it improved enough over that period?
I would say, I started playing in the very, very early 80s. I made my debut in 1981, and it wasn't a nice state of affairs, really, the way it was. Playing at home was fine. Playing away was, the moment we stepped outside of London, predominantly going north, as you did in the lower divisions, in the old third division, it was abuse. Very difficult for a young person, but me as the way I was brought up, it never bothered me. It drove me on, because I wanted to, using the words very loosely, I wanted to ram it down their throats, because I looked at everything as, you're paying money to watch me, yet you want to abuse me, and you're abusing me, but I'm earning money by doing what I love. And that's the way I looked at it. And I would say then it was very tough. Looking to how it's gone from then, it's definitely got better and better as it's gone on the players' side. There's the odd few comments which come out in the last few years. But when I say odd few, that's at top level. Top level, it's got blanket coverage, because now everybody who goes and watches a Premier League game, the moment someone gets offensive in front of them or 10 rows, somebody will say something to stop that person. And then you would call a steward, and the steward would rush down and get it sorted out. And that person is transferred out of the ground. Brilliant. But I think once you go, I'm going to say, outside of the Championship, the problem is the clubs after that. And I'm a big non-league fan. I follow lower tier football. I managed in it. I still watched it. I was there at the weekend watching one of the teams local to me. Is that the stewarding changes, because top sides bring in outside entities, I should say, to look after the ground, put big coats on. They're spoken to before, and there's a big meeting afterwards to discuss it. Problem when you drop outside, it ends up very local. And the people then trying to deal with local people who have been abusive kind of stops a bit, because it might be family, a friend from the social clubs. So when you drop down outside to the Premier League and the Championship, it's still very poor, very, very poorly. And that's where it needs work. It needs people to go there and to talk to people, and people need to see things and understand that, yes, the Premier League gets all the highlight, but I think they need to see that the Premier League and football is trying to help it all the way down the ladder.
Anyone else with any other thoughts? I don't know, Rupinder, particularly from a sort of grassroots perspective, whether you may have, obviously you've not been there for the whole of that sort of 30 years or so, but my sense is Paul saying that as you go further down the ladder, it's almost in inverse proportion, isn't it? All the tension at the top of the game, very few incidents actually in relatively grassroots. It's like the Wild West, isn't it? It's every Saturday.
I think, I take on board everything Paul has said, and I know of a particular sporting team, you probably heard of them as well, Sporting Bengal. They're the most successful British Asian football club, and they face so much trouble week in, week out. And I really do feel, representing the FA now, I feel guilty in a way, because I think they feel let down. I think when they make complaints, when they bring things to the FA's attention, or to their county FAs, nothing seems to be done. And this is where there is an issue. And I think since my time on the FA now, coming up to 3 years, there's been a real change. And change does take time. But we need to be seen to be making that change in the right direction. And I really do think it is. I think the time that it takes to investigate a matter and to resolve it, or bring about charges, things like that, though we're getting so much better at doing that. I think it was just last month we published our new charging policies on sanctioning guidelines for discrimination. And the main change is now that this will affect what we can issue proceedings on, both on and off the pitch. So this is where we've got perhaps things on social media being covered, because a lot of people don't understand that if you put something online after the event towards a particular player, even that is highly damaging. It's abuse as well. So all of these things now are being looked at, and I think we're turning a corner. There's a lot more to do, and you're absolutely right, Paul. Up top, when England played Bulgaria, there was an outpouring of condemnation as to the racism that the team was facing. But if we've got to look at our own back garden and see the issues that we're facing here. And it does go on, and grassroots are where it's all happening and what we need to focus on.
Just sort of taking that off the pitch, because so I'm a fan, and I've been going since the mid 70s, and not quite Bill's vintage, but so I can't quite remember the 60s. I was just born in the late 60s, but I was born in Wolverhampton in 1968, right? So, and I was born only a few weeks after Enoch Powell, who was my local MP, made the Rivers of Blood speech. So the world's a really, really different place to the one that I remember as a child. But I do notice the difference when I go to home and away matches. I notice when I go to away matches, it's different. When I go to home matches, it's different to when I was a kid. I don't know whether Rob or Bill or both of you, if you've got a perspective. Obviously, you're sports fans as well as senior administrators in the game and in broadcasting. What's your perspective, maybe from off the pitch?
I'm going to go that first.
After you, Bill.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say that Rupinder mentioned the importance of sanctions, and sanctions are really important. But when you're talking about achieving social change, especially in relatively unsupervised areas like non-league, down into community football, you've really got to move over to the power of education and peer pressure and make people understand that one of the great strengths of sport carries with it a weakness, and they need to address that weakness. Power of sport is excite your emotions. You have that sense of belonging, that fierce sense of being with one side and not on the other side. You want to say things, you want to wound the other side and all the rest of it. It's that, and because it's sport, quote, only sport, actually, it's not really harmful. You're not actually hurting anybody. This isn't warfare. It's just football or whatever the sport is. And you're just getting passionate about your side. But there's a line, and educating people where that line is so important. We don't want to take the noise and the passion and the sense of belonging and the sense of being a supporter out of football. But we want people to understand inside themselves, not because of sanctions, although sanctions absolutely need to be there, but to understand inside themselves that crossing that line takes them from being a decent person, having a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon or evening at a sport they love, into something else. And that something else says something unpleasant about them as human beings, so that they want to change. And I think we're doing not badly on the sanctions. We've done something in the education space, but we need to do much, much more. And it's not education in the sense of get them in a classroom and wag fingers at people. It's to find ways of taking them on a journey that they actually want to go on, so that they consciously and subconsciously actually change their behavior because they want to.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And I see that with, things like the N word and the P word, there are chants that I don't hear now that I used to hear 20 years ago. But now that debate has moved on to things like the Y word or homophobic abuse and things that are not yet widely regarded as socially unacceptable. And so we have to win that debate in the same way that we've won the debate with the N word and the P word, that they've become socially unacceptable. Rob, sorry, I just want to let you bring you in.
I would just agree with everything that the panelists have said. I think education is the key, and every time one listens to a colleague who has suffered abuse or victimization, when you listen to their stories, that is the best way for people to get educated about quite how it made that person feel and makes that person feel. I mean, we've had numerous examples within Sky Sports, obviously very recently, where we've had people, sporting personalities, telling their own stories and going on screen to outline how they've been treated and how that's made them feel. And a cricketing legend like Michael Holding, West Indian cricket legend, we talked about it beforehand, and he wanted to do a piece to camera, and he wanted to talk about his experiences growing up and the experiences he still sadly has. Ebony Rainford Brent, similar, fantastic ex-England female cricketer, spoke about her experiences growing up. And it's by listening to those experiences that is the most powerful tool for educating other people, I think, because it really stops and makes you think about, put yourself in that person's shoes. How would that make you feel? So I think that I'd agree with everything that people have said about the mood of change is there. There is change happening. More and more people whose bad behaviors are being called out. Broadcasters like us and many others are being braver and more front foot, telling the stories and calling out what we regard as poor behavior, and using our voice and our platform to tell the stories that need to be told and to highlight, poor behavior, whether it's in football or otherwise. But there's a hell of a lot of work to be done, when we're a long way from being anywhere close to where we need to get to. But I think that education piece for me is just so key, to listen to your colleagues. We have had another colleague, a black colleague from Sky Sports News, who was talking to us about how certain words made him feel. And I'll be honest, there were certain words I had no idea had racial connotations, but they do, and that's how that made him feel and his colleagues feel. This education is at the heart of driving real change, I think. But to educate, you've got to have people prepared to listen to.
Yeah. It's a dialogue, isn't it? And that's the thing, that it's quite important to listen, and often that's quite a difficult skill. It's the key skill for leaders. So I think I've got a sense of why this is important to each of you personally as well. If we could just go on to maybe this is more directed specifically to the organisations, and maybe we'll kick off with Bill. So, I know why it's important to you personally as a child of the 60s, but why is this agenda important to the Premier League? And actually, being I came from a business background, what's the business case for this? And why do this for the business, or is it just about social justice?
Well, we're not afraid of the moral case, not at all. We don't set out to be a success at any price. Absolutely not. We want to be successful, but not at any price. And so I wouldn't discount the moral case, but leave that to one side for the moment, as it were. When looking at shareholders, when thinking about what we are in the world and how we conduct ourselves, finding selfish reasons for motivating people to do the right thing is not a bad thing at all. It makes them feel engaged on a personal level. It gives them a reason for understanding why we do these things. And there's three things that I think characterize the Premier League, which means if we believe in these things, then it follows that we must do everything we can to be active and influential in the space of equality. First of all, we want to, for very good business reasons, and it's wholly appropriate that there's someone from Sky on this call, we want to be the welcoming league. If the entire world was a Premier League fan, we'd be extraordinarily happy. And the world is an astonishingly diverse place. And if we think from a cozy, comfortable 1950s perspective of what English football was like then, and that's what we're packaging up and selling to the world, we will not be the world's most welcoming league. So how do we manifest that self? Well, quite obviously, by being open to people of every kind of background, of every kind of view, of every kind of cultural inheritance, and finding the common ground where we can talk to them about the wonderful thing that football and Premier League football is. So that means we have to be able to talk to a fan base of such diversity that if we back ourselves into a cultural backwater corner, backwaters have corners, I'm not sure they do, but you know what I mean. We'd be cutting ourselves off from business success. It is an absolute honor and pleasure and vitally important to our business model that all over the world, from the anecdotal and from research that we undertake, in country after country after country, the emerging middle classes, now emerging in their millions and millions and millions, when they look at the world, the football competition they look at, not the first one that everyone picks, but the first one that most people pick is the Premier League. And we noticed a few years ago that we were quite big in Indonesia, and we weren't quite sure why. So we did some research there, and it turned out that there were various reasons, but one of them was they thought that if an Indonesian kid was good enough to play top class football in a global reaching league, the league that would play the Indonesian would be the Premier League, because we had that reputation of being open and friendly and welcoming. Second is we want to be seen as the meritocratic league. We lead the world in terms of eyeballs. People choose to watch us. Why? It's because the show that's put on by the players is the best that we can humanly achieve. And we cannot do that without reaching out to the very best in the world. We think that looks pretty good on the pitch. It's great that 25% of players come from black and minority ethnic backgrounds, but we're not looking at quotas here. We want to take the very best, absolutely regardless of their background. But we want the same principle to play off the pitch, where we're clearly a long, long way from achieving that kind of meritocratic outcome. What's happening in coaching and management, it's not diverse enough, which means we're missing out on quality. We're suffering. It's not simply a moral case. We are suffering in terms of the ability that we're employing. And thirdly, something that's slightly more nebulous than the first two, is we want to be, in the way we operate as a business, we want to be insightful. We want to understand the world. That means seeing it from many, many, many perspectives, of understanding it through many, many, many pairs of eyes. We can't do that unless we have people in employment who work for us in the supply chain or the industries that we feed into, unless we are open to the inputs, the opinions, the insights of people from an immense range of backgrounds. So if we're going to be welcoming, meritocratic and insightful, we have, which we do, that as a really powerful business case for embracing embracing the world in all its glory.
And Rob, I suspect for you, is the business case relatively similar? It's both a business and a social, or business and moral case.
I guess yes and no. We look at it genuinely not through a business case lens, but through a doing the right thing lens, and that is first and foremost the way that we're approaching the topic. I mean, we're very fortunate to partner with unbelievable sporting bodies such as the Premier League, such as Formula One, ECB, cricket, the golf. We partner with incredible sporting bodies, and our channels are pumped into millions and millions of homes every single day. So we have a platform to make sure that we can use our voice, correctly. And there's a sort of ancillary business effect, is if you appeal to as broad a church as possible, you're going to offer something for everybody as much as you possibly can. But that's an outcome, not a goal. The goal really is to make sure that on screen and off screen we are representative of the sports that we're invested in, and that we are doing our bit to make sure that that's real. Now, on screen is arguably is almost easier to achieve that as an outcome. We are a very diverse lineup of football pundits and panelists, and across all our sports, we are increasingly diverse. I'm not saying we're there yet, but we've made great strides forward in terms of making sure we are as representative as we possibly can be. The bigger challenge for us in Sky Sports as an organization, as an outfit, is actually the off-screen teams, the lineups of people, the number of people who work in Sky Sports, and making sure that off camera we have as many people employed in as wide an array of roles as we possibly can. Because when you've got that diversity within your own organization, you will tell the broader stories, and you will, as an outcome, appeal to a broader audience. So the biggest challenge really that we have in Sky Sports, I would probably say, is to make sure that we have enough diverse and inclusive approach off screen, by which I mean the vast majority of people who work in Sky Sports have come through the ranks as white men, for the most part, involved in production. Now that's fine then, but it's not fine now. So the challenge we have is that if you work in sports, you love sport, you don't often leave. You don't go and work somewhere else because you love working for Sky Sports as a white man who's grown up working through Sky Sports. So we need to find a way, and we're very focused on this, to balance things up off screen as well, and make sure that we are as broad as we possibly can be, and inviting and inclusive as we possibly can be, to break down that way in which the sort of sports broadcast industry has grown over time. Because only by achieving that will we achieve real change off screen and therefore on screen.
Just before I move to the next question, I just wanted to bring Paul in, because I know, Paul, obviously you had a career playing, but now you have obviously a career also as a pundit, and I just wanted to get any sense from you, how has that been? How easy is it to get into a role as a pundit, on any of the broadcast channels or elsewhere as a journalist? Have you found the barriers different to when you were playing?
To be perfectly honest, I've done quite a bit. I do a lot more radio stuff now, but I think a lot of people have asked me over recent times, and they're looking for me to throw something at them, a negativity about me not getting work. And I have to say that if I've been asked, and I generally don't go and ask for it, people have asked me to come and do things, I will have to say, put my hand in my heart and said, I've never sensed anything like that. It could have been happening in front of me, but I'm kind of, maybe where I've come from and maybe the year I was born, I never look at things that way. I don't look at anything and suddenly decide that, there's a racist side to it. Someone is virtually, my colour is a bar to them, is not interested. I've never looked that way, to be honest, really, Sanjay. It's been, I feel quite comfortable in the situation I'm in, and still comfortable in belief that at the end of the day, someone really wants me. If someone wants me for something, they want me for what I can bring to it.
And it's funny, Rupinder, you probably get this experience as well, but it's certainly an experience I identify with, that if you're a high achiever and you see obstacles, you just find a way over them, and that's quite common, I think, for people who are ethnic minorities. There are some of us who just go, yeah, it's a barrier, I'm going to knock it over. And so it's just there's just some of us that have got that attitude. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm just going to, and we got 2 or 3 other questions that I wanted to get to, so I'm going to just fiddle around with a couple of things on the agenda. I just wanted to bring Rob in very quickly again on the change. You talked about change, and I've just talked about obstacles and how we deal with obstacles. So, what are the obstacles that you think you're facing, either internally or externally, for the change that you're trying to drive, and how are you approaching overcoming them?
So I've touched, I guess, on an internal obstacle, which is the attrition rates. The rates by which people just sort of leave Sky Sports and go on to do something else is very low. People love their jobs and they don't move on. So actually a challenge there is to how we address that dynamic that's grown over time. I guess another challenge is just for us all to make sure that in the crazy busy day to day of everybody's jobs and everybody's lives, the diversity and inclusion challenge remains front and center of everything that we do. And to make sure that on any agenda, in any meeting, on any topic about any sport, the first question we ask ourselves, and I ask the management team and the leadership team, is, where are we at with our diversity and inclusion sort of targets and responsibilities? So it's keeping the item front of mind in a very fast moving broadcast environment where so much happens in any given day, in any given week. The challenge is to make sure enough senior eyes and junior eyes are focused on the challenge and all working together and keeping it front of mind. There's been a huge amount of activity in the last 4, 5, 6 months internally at Sky Sports, and I think we've sort of led the way in the UK, I think, in terms of how we've gone out and started telling the braver stories and being more taking our responsibility and our voice really seriously. But we need to keep that momentum up. It's keeping the momentum up, and it's not letting it dip at any level, and keeping everyone's eyes focused on the sort of shared challenge and the shared responsibility. So I think that's an internal challenge. An external challenge, you know, our customers, the external challenge is people's response. And you know, Twitter's just often not a healthy place to go and get feedback from. And you can go to Twitter and read something, say, "Good on you, Sky Sports. You're knocking it out of the park. You're being really responsible. You're doing everything right." And you can go on and you can have a number of other comments around the lines of, you know, move on. You're a sports broadcaster. Stop preaching to us. Move on. And it's to cut through that noise and maintain the resolve and the internal strength and courage to just keep going and telling those stories, which is really important.
Twitter is such a difficult barometer, isn't it? You get the whole of human life there. It is joyous, but it can be a sewer pipe into your eyeballs, which is not always the best. I mean, Rupinder, your organisation is different, isn't it? Because the FAs are not for profit, which, you know, people often forget. You know, it's not a charity, but it's not for profit. And what, you know, what are the obstacles you face? I know we've been working together on sort of stuff there as well that you're, you know, working hard. We've been working hard behind the scenes on some stuff that hopefully we're launching next month. So maybe you could talk a little bit about some of your challenges.
I think one of what we're doing at the moment, just so you touched on that now, Sanjay, is the Equality Code, which I'm really pleased about at the FA's championing this. It's essentially going to look at the constitution of clubs. So you're looking at the board, from the boardroom to leadership positions, coaching positions as well, and we're looking at the makeup now of clubs, and we're making these clubs answerable to their diversity and inclusion policies. You know, who are they hiring, why are they hiring, etc. And they have to report back on a yearly basis on their statistics, and that's really important because those annual returns, if you like, of that information will mean that they are then accountable to their results, and we are able to ask them questions. Why haven't you hit certain targets? Why haven't you achieved what you were supposed to have achieved? There's no repercussions as such, but that data is there and you have to answer why. So this is going to be a real game changer, I think, because people will want to progress. And, you know, there's been some challenges, I think, that have been discussed within the various groups to do with this Equality Code. And I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be, well, we're based in this geographical location, we can't find the right people, and therefore we don't have the right applicants, and therefore we can't comply with the regulations or the code. So, you know, how do we deal with these sorts of challenges? And I think the first thing we've got to do is strip back recruitment policies, and we've got to actually look at what is it, where are we going, how are we recruiting people? And it goes back to the actual job descriptions, because the way in which some of those are worded automatically turn off a lot of applicants. So you've got to look at that. You've got to look at the recruitment consultants that are employed to find the candidates. You've got to look at who are the selection committee. Are they diverse? Who are the interviewing panel? Are they diverse? So stripping back things like that, making sure you've got the right people there who are going to be responsible for employment will help get rid of the negative connotations of having these targets. You know, nobody wants to feel as though they're pointing people out of, you know, as a tokenistic gesture. You don't want that. But if you've got the right policies and procedures in place, then, you know, you can avoid that. So I think that's the main obstacle that I feel the FA especially will feel, is the knockbacks and saying, well, we just can't find the right people. But you've just got to dig that deeper, and you can. People travel for jobs, so I don't buy that just because you're based in, I don't know, up north somewhere or another. In some cases it will be true, but you've got to put the adverts out there in the right way. You've got to seek the right diverse pool of candidates, and I'm sure you'll get that diverse pool.
And we've got 4 or 5 minutes left. I just wanted to very quickly, Rupinder, you could also just say a little bit about how do we go beyond race? Because obviously when we talk about diversity, it often comes back down to race. How do we go beyond that, and particularly with your remit in the FA, to other underrepresented or minority communities that you also serve, because you've got a broad remit?
Yeah, I'm on the board of the Women's Football Board as well, and huge progress is being made there. Just in terms of sponsorships, in terms of what we've achieved in football. But the current climate, unfortunately, has knocked us back quite a lot. We were working towards having football available to girls and women wherever they wanted to play. So especially getting ingrained within schools and their sports curriculums, and making regional talent centres perhaps not the only place in which girls can get the more higher level of training. This has all been knocked back somewhat, but it's still there on the agenda. It's still being pushed forward. We've done a lot of work actually with racial backgrounds, but also with intersectionality. So you've got issues if you're, say, an Asian woman, you've got double issues that you're dealing with there. So we're actively looking at we've got a task force that's there looking at how can we go into that community, that group of people, and encourage them into sport. LGBT issues, we're working actively in that sector as well. We've been involved in the Rainbow Laces, been involved in lots of different things in the Pride March. So there are a lot of issues that the FA are aware of, that are actively involved in, and we have the 3-year plans with yourself being on the Inclusion Advisory Panel, and I know how hard you guys are all working to make sure that these issues and these targets that you set in your plans are met. So it's there. There are so many groups, minority groups that are affected, but the power of football is such that we can affect change, and I think that's the bottom line. And it's how do we do that? Make sure that this issue, the headlines don't disappear. And since being on the FA, and I think even before, we're very lucky with the organisation because we've got Greg, Mark, who are really championing change. So this is the first time in my professional career that I've seen this movement, and I'm sure we will see a lot more to come.
Excellent. I'm just conscious of time. I think we've got 3 minutes. So why don't we move to the sort of last question, which I think I'd teed up with you, so you could all think a little bit about it beforehand, which is that actually challenging discrimination and creating a culture where everyone feels like they belong actually isn't the responsibility of Kick It Out or the Premier League or the FA or Sky or players or fans. It's actually everyone. It's in their personal responsibility. It's an individual responsibility, and we can all take a stand against hate and to make football a game where everyone feels like they belong. So, what would be your personal commitment this season to take a stand for change? And maybe Paul, would you lead us off on that?
I just think my commitment would be to sit in as many in this position I'm in now and sit with the panel in front of me. Just to be here for me is something incredible as an ex-footballer, with the ladies and the gentlemen's here to listen and just to put my point across on trying to really bridge that gap and make things as easy as possible for Black, Asian, anybody in the game of football at all levels of it. And when people talk about it now, and I'm looking what Big Les Ferdinand has gone and done.
Yeah.
Big Les turned around and told me he walked in with a blank canvas at QPR, and now you look what he's doing now. He has worked hard to be where he is, and I just love to see other Black former players or even Asian players in those kind of positions in football. But I just want everyone to know that I still believe you have to earn the right to be in those positions.
Fantastic. We've got probably about a minute left, so you have to be punchy. Bill?
Two related things. One is to make sure we accelerate the pace at which we're delivering real change. We have no moral right, no moral basis to do the second thing I think we ought to do, which is to use the Premier League's privileged position, the millions of people that we can talk to speak in our voice about the changes that need to be made, to call on others to join with us in making real change. First thing you have to do, though, is walk the walk.
Rob?
Well, sports for all. And sports for all. So it's actions, not words, to be true to that statement. Sport is for everyone, and we need to make sure that we are true to that statement by using, as Bill said, the very privileged position and responsibility that we have to be able to broadcast into millions and millions of homes every day. So it's actions. Actions speak louder than words. So the commitment is to action.
Fantastic. Rupinder? We might get cut off in a second, but I think you're on mute. I think. Never mind.
As unmuted me now, just to keep diversity on the agenda at every single board meeting.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think the big thing, the one key message we've got from all of this, we have to stay on it. We have to stay on the agenda beyond the news cycle, because that's when we start losing momentum. So thanks everyone for joining us. And if you're live inside the summit now, please look to the left of your screen for the speed networking and the virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget, you can catch up on all the content at the end of the summit on demand on www.dialglobal.org. If you've got any thoughts how to make the summit better, please do let us know. Don't forget to tag in Dial Global and use your social media handle #moving the dial. And we'll see you soon for our next panel in 15 minutes, where we'll have more fantastic guests sharing their stories around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. I think we're slightly late, but we may be going to an ad break. Thanks.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
generation, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
(2020) has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
Hello and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. This panel will be discussing multi-generational leadership, why age diversity matters more than ever before. My name is Alex Uy. I'm a technology strategist, director of Microsoft. We are joined by 3 awesome and inspirational leaders I'm excited to welcome to our Dial Global virtual stage. We have with us today Ben Page, CEO of Ipsos Mori, trustee of the Center for Aging Better, Jack Parsons, CEO of the Youth Group, and Debbie Hewitt, chair for Visa Europe, the Restaurant Group, VGL Group, and the White Stuff. Hey, leading a team has become a bit more challenging with now 4 and soon to be 5. Wait, I think we already have 5 generations in the workplace today. Getting groups of different generations to work together efficiently and respect each other's differences can be challenging, but also very profitable. Several studies in Europe have revealed businesses that employ an age-diverse workforce succeed better than those who focus in on one age group at the expense of others. We'll talk to the panelists about how they form, motivate, and manage multi-gen high-performance teams. And before we dive in, it would be great to learn a bit more about each of you and why you are so passionate about not only this topic, but diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Ben, I'm gonna hand it off to you first. Here, mute. Okay, Jack, let me turn it over to you. I think we may have some audio issues with Ben.
My name is Jack Parsons. I'm 27 years old, but look about 15. And why do I care so much about diversity, inclusion, and belonging? Because I grew up in a council estate. I remember going into school with one school jumper being laughed at and being laughed at the room because we couldn't afford a jumper for me to go to school. So for me, belonging and diversity is so important. I embrace it in everything we do. Youth is something I champion every day. And I don't want other young people across the world to ever feel like I did growing up. Lost, overwhelmed, and very lonely.
Awesome. Thank you. Debbie?
Wow, follow that. How inspiring a story. I'm 56 years old and unfortunately look about 76 because I'm mum to 2 young 11-year-olds. Look, I chair 4 businesses, you've just described it. I'm very passionate about Asian diversity because throughout my career, I've both benefited from leaders who've really got the positives of age diversity, and I've also been held back substantially by less effective leaders who didn't get it. And, you know, I've sometimes been the youngest person on the board when I certainly started off in my career. I knew what it felt like to be the youngest person, to feel some of that insecurity. And I'm also now find myself often being the oldest person on the board. And I feel I can actually make a difference about something that you know, has impacted me throughout the whole of my career. So, yeah, it's a great subject. I'm so pleased to be here to talk about it.
That's awesome. Hey, Ben, can we just get back to you real quick? Is your audio good? No? Okay. Can't hear you. All right, you're going to be a spectator today. That's okay. We'll move on to our first question. Okay. Yeah, maybe come back in. Awesome. All right. Hey, so for our first question, I need to get some insights from each of you, right? How you feel, what are the major obstacles and benefits in creating a truly age-diverse team? Debbie, I'm going to go to you first.
I'm going to do it the opposite way around. We'll start with the benefits and then the obstacles. I mean, because the benefits are so easy and so obvious to me. You get more innovation when you've got groups of people who are at different age ranges in an organization. It gives a really positive message to your people. It's easier to recruit top talent because you can approach the senior stars, you can promote the young gems. You know, if you've got that whole age range, it's just such a positive message. Your customers, you know, you've got a very diverse, certainly in the businesses that I work with, have got a very diverse age range in our customers. So, you know, all of those benefits, all of those people, it's to my mind kind of pretty obvious. And for the big brands that I work with, age diversity is a huge positive message to what your brand means and stands for. The barriers are tricky, because there are some very obvious, very hard barriers, in organizations. If you don't train people, it's very difficult. Let's say something like technology. If you're an older person, if there's not an investment in training, then you're going to be kind of pre-selected out of that kind of organization. Other physical things, working practices. If you think about what's happened with COVID, the fact that we've all had to suddenly think about working more flexibly, organizations that didn't think that way before would either, miss out on some young people, Jack's age, who may be thinking about, a family. They would be kind of pre-selected out of an organization. They're the obvious sort of barriers. Mentoring schemes, if you don't think positively, constructively about mentoring schemes and don't make them happen, then it's obvious they're going to be barriers to attracting, a diverse age range. I think the more difficult ones are the intangible barriers, which start with leadership and culture. And very often leaders don't actually realize that they have got a sort of a subconscious bias against age.
Yeah.
They think they're doing things in the right way. And then, what actually transpires through their own style, the way they communicate, may switch off a certain group of people. The way they celebrate, they either have a bias towards youth, towards older people. And particularly, Jack mentioned it right at the beginning, social mobility. If you are not in tune with that, I too grew up from a council house. If leaders are not in tune with what that means, you will select out people on the age range. So I think it's being conscious of those barriers. If I could finish then maybe with, how do you know as a leader, those of you who are out there listening, whether you've got that bias, Have a look at your business. Don't just look at the average age. Take the youngest and the oldest employee that you have in your organization and ask yourself, is that age gap reflective of your customers? Number one. Number two, look at your communications. Take the youngest and the oldest and ask them to say, is this good communication? And see how differently they might react. And number three, what are the symbols that recognize progress in this organization? Again, take your oldest and your youngest, and they will tell you whether you as a leader have got some kind of bias that you probably weren't aware of. Very powerful and very quick and easy way to know whether you're part of the problem or part of the solution.
Awesome. Jack, you have any thoughts on this question?
I echo everything that Debbie says. I would also say there's a famous saying, when you're too close to the elephant, all you can see is grey. And sometimes we have to step away from that elephant to see all perspectives. And that is my message to anyone who has got a D&I strategy, who really wants to make a difference. Stop talking about it. Let's make it happen. Reverse mentoring, the amount you can learn, the amount of reverse mentoring that I have with my mentors. They go, Jack, I thought I was mentoring you, and I've learned more from you than I've taught you. So the moral of the story is, we can't have this strategy. 5 years ago, I got into helping youth because it's a passion of mine. I was laughed at every room. I walked into the London Stock Exchange and the former CEO said to me, sorry, do you know where you are? Why are you dressed like that? And I was dressed in how I felt comfortable. So we need to make sure, and everyone says it, but one and done strategy is past. That's 2014. One and done is not good enough. It really isn't. I'm fed up and I'm a bit upset when I go into an organisation and they say, oh, yes, we've got a youth. And I'm like, you got a youth. What about a number of youths? What about a number of black young people around your organisation? And then it's the education. There's a lack of education. There's neurodiversity, there's language diversity, and we forget about those. It's not what we can always see, but it's also what's happening in here and in here. So what I would add, but so I echo what Debbie says, but also we need to break away from this one and done, and education needs to be put in place for everyone to understand what it actually means.
Yeah, that's so critical. Ben, do we have you?
I hope so. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do. I love it.
A miracle. Always turn off the technology, Alex, and start again when it goes wrong.
That's exactly right.
Lovely to be connected. I mean, I think, look, this is about just the massive waste of human capital, and particularly on aging. One of the reasons why I'm a trustee at the Centre for Better Aging is that if you look at the number of people over 55 that we employ, it drops off a cliff. And yet, of course, Europe, where I'm talking from, is destined to be the oldest continent on Earth. The median age of death for women now, irrespective of COVID-19, the median age is 88. And, 50 is the new 30, 70 is the new 50. We are losing huge amounts of experience and talent. And some of that's often a deliberate strategy. In my industry, in the media industry and advertising, you walk around those offices and see how many people are over 50. And as a 55-year-old, I find it sort of interesting. But some of that is about cost. Younger people are cheaper than older people. It's a fact of life. And it's about how we manage people's careers. So my business has an 85-year-old in it. It has a 16-year-old in it. It's got everybody in between. We share the common goal of trying to do brilliant research and communicate. But I'm also responsible for the P&L. And one of the challenges is getting people to shift sideways, perhaps because the elevator gets crowded at the top. And I think we need to be honest about that. And look at how we can persuade people to not to just leave, because it's easier to get them, for people just to leave, but actually, particularly for some older workers, for them to go, into perhaps part-time roles or mentoring roles internally and going sideways, but rather than just exiting people, because that's the only way we can deal with it, because we need those people. We're short of workers in Europe. And I think it's a huge challenge. It's been amazing looking at people like BMW adapting their factories, changing production lines for their older workers. There's all of this stuff that we need to do because, humanity, one of its great successes is that we're getting older. We're living longer. The average age of death 100 years ago was 50. I would be gone by now. I wouldn't be here. I don't think you might not be here either, Debbie.
Exactly.
Yet here we are.
Long gone.
And we need to celebrate that, but it isn't reflected in our work, and we need that in Europe, unless we're going to do something else. And in many countries, even China is now an aging society, and we face these biases. I think ageism is one of the last biases that is almost socially acceptable, and we need to. But ultimately, I think we need to look at some numbers. Look at the number of people you employ, and when they start disappearing, because I can tell you, in many industries, it's long before retirement age.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for that, Ben. Yeah, just to level set, I do want to add this in regarding some of the generations, right? Because I wanted to mention this earlier. So we talk about the 5 generations, just a level set, right? Traditionalists, boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z, or Gen Y millennials, right? So that's essentially what we're talking about here today, and it's just so many facets to that. Let me ask you the next question. This will be for you, Jack, to start us off here. Negative stereotypes associated with certain generations. I think you kind of mentioned it regarding when you went into that stock exchange and how you addressed. What do you think is the best way to crush these myths and these negative stereotypes of different generations?
Definitely, and echo what obviously Ben said. I was just trying to count. I've got 23 years left. If I was in the olden days, if everyone was at 50, so I was thinking, what could I do in 23 years? Maybe we can shift and really make a difference when it comes to belonging. Look, I'm a big believer that you have to go from having all the answers to all the questions, and that's for both parties. We seem to have all the answers. No one has all the answers to anything, and to bring a real diverse group of people from the 5 generations that we've got is you have to speak to each other and you have to ask the questions on what does it mean to you. Because at the moment, I work with a number of organisations and they assume that they think they know what young people want. And also the young people on the flip side assume they think that they know what the companies want. So there's a lack of communication. And yes, if you're both listening to the Taylor Swift song, one might be listening to it on an iPad and one might be listening to it on a cassette or a Walkman. That's okay. You're still listening to the same song. So it's coming together and communicating more, not having all the answers and asking all the questions And then it goes down to compromise. The generations have to compromise between each other. You're never going to get an equal playing field where actually if someone wants the coffee machine here or this is not right. And that's just life. But you have to both compromise. So the generations have to come together, communicate, not have all the answers, but have all the questions and be willing to compromise.
Awesome. Thank you. Ben, to you, you got any thoughts on this? How do we crush this?
I think one thing is that we've done a series of reports which are free on our website looking at different generations. So we've looked at millennial myths, as we called it. We've written about Gen Z, who are often seen as, we see as more mild than wild. We've done well on the perennials, which is now me. But I think one thing, when it comes to work, one of the myths about millennials is that they don't want careers anymore in a single place. They want a portfolio career. They're going to change jobs every 3 years or less. They're going to be self-sufficient, etc., etc. What I found interesting is when we've looked at global data about worker expectations, actually younger people want the same things as people of my age. They might expect to be treated differently. And one of the reasons I've stayed in the same job, I haven't stayed in the same job, but I've stayed in the same organization, is I joined as a trainee and I stayed for 33 years to fire all the people who made me miserable as a trainee. So the culture has changed, but actually a lot of people want to stay in the same organization. And in fact, interestingly, it's now people of Debbie's age and my age who are more likely to change jobs than people in their 20s in many cases. And there's all sorts of factors behind that. One is that because times are tough, younger people are actually more likely to stay at the same place. And there's some data to suggest it's actually quite good to move jobs early in your career because you will earn more. I hope nobody at Ipsos Mori is listening to this. But the main point is that overall, when you look at expectations, people want a career path, they want to be developed, and they don't want to actually flip jobs every few years. They want those careers, and so there's more in common between generations when it comes to what they want from work than there is in terms of difference. And I think sometimes people selling reports like McKinsey, etc., even market research companies sometimes we forget that. And I think it's about people want development, they want investment, but they want a culture they can feel comfortable in. And there are generational differences. What I put up with in the 1980s, the younger generation just wouldn't tolerate it for 5 minutes. And life's moved on. If you go to the civil service in Britain now, people use first name terms. I can tell you, in the 1970s they didn't. So things do change, but we mustn't exaggerate differences between generations. Actually.
Awesome, thank you, Debbie. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, a bit controversial actually. In your question, you said negative stereotypes. So if I take the negative away, stereotypes are not a bad thing. It's a way that we sort and select what's happening. They're a shorthand, they're a shortcut to describing. So it is easy to say, well, our younger employees want X, our older employees want Y. We're an organisation that embraces more younger people. So I think stereotypes are a way of communicating, and I think the real trick here is, and it's to the point that both Ben and Jack were saying, we're individuals, and therefore the downside and danger of stereotyping, although they give you that shortcut, is that there's always going to be a nuance, and so as an organization, you're trying to be efficient in the sense that you can treat your employees as groups to be efficient, but that you really get those individual nuances. And it comes back to the respect for the individual. If you engage with people in an adult to adult way about what matters and what's important, and you very symbolically show how you do listen and you act on what it is that's important to them, then I think more typically you will then start to break down some of the negative elements of stereotyping. It is, show me, don't tell me. Show me what it is that we do that creates those negative things, and then you can more often than not take action.
But I mean, on age, stereotypes can actually kill people, and the data for this comes from longitudinal studies looking at how people feel about old age and then their own old age. And this is the one thing that is coming to all of us, even to Jack. One day he'll be here. But the evidence is that if you tell people that they're going to be doddery, they're going to be a bit frail, they're going to find certain things difficult, if they accept that and internalize it, the ones who are more negative about their likelihood of their activity or about what they're capable of doing, or indeed are just more pessimistic about what's going to happen, on average, they live 7.5 years less than the ones who, keep on trying things, keep on exercising, and indeed often stay at work, actually, which is another aspect. So, taking that, if you embrace the stereotype of being doddery but dear, which is sometimes the prevailing stereotype, because over 60s are literally wiped out of film and media. If you look at the number of films with them in, they're tiny parts most often, and there have been lots of statistical analyses of that. If you buy into that stuff, you will actually live less long, and you will think more slowly, you will move more slowly than if you, embrace a new type of old age. The one I'm going for, the perennials.
I agree. I agree. But I think that's to the negative stereotype. I think it's equally possible as an organisation to say we're looking for sprightly 75-year-olds.
Yeah.
The sprightly 75-year-olds bring more energy than less sprightly 22-year-olds. So I think it's the word stereotype, which I think sometimes can get it wrong. But I completely agree. If you tell someone or you have a view that, what happens when you're 60 is this happens, it will happen if you tell them long enough. That's the cognitive impact of reinforcing messages.
And it's a big deal, like in tech, right? A lot of guys that have started very technical development, high, what I call cerebral type of work, as they get older, they're like, well, this type of work is a young man's game, and I want to get into management, right? Because then I don't have to compete. And I think you're right there, Ben, in terms of that negative talk, and it's reinforcing, right? So, my CEO is really focused on culture. You guys have, echoing some of the things you guys have been saying about communication, culture, empathy, really driving that home and better understand each other so we can keep the ball moving, right? That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, so
a great example of that is, I don't know if anyone's seen it, but The Intern, the movie.
Yes.
It's just brilliant. So anyone who's a bit unsure around how it works, just get yourself on Netflix, type in The Intern and watch it tonight. Brilliant.
Great idea.
Yes, De Niro. I love it.
And to that point, that's a really good because one of the things that teaches you is that it's this conundrum, and we've talked a lot about old age. Let's talk about youngsters. If I had £1 for every time I've heard a manager say, we can't promote Jack because he hasn't got the experience.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Until somebody takes the risk and gives Jack the experience, he's never going to get promoted. And it is that whole notion of, you've got to break the egg. Otherwise, he's never going to get that experience. If I've felt any time in my career I've been held back, it's because somebody said, well, we can't give her that because she hasn't got the experience. Such a limiting way of thinking about talent and talent management.
That's fantastic, Debbie. Thank you for that. All right, so let me dive into the next question. We'd love to hear about your own journey in recruiting diverse teams. How have you ensured you recruit the widest range of age groups in your organizations, and what barriers have you had to overcome internally? And I'll turn it over to you, Ben, first.
I think that's an interesting one, because actually I don't have a problem of a shortage of older people. Overall, the average age of my directors is 42, and most of them, I have 240. So we're not a huge company. We're only 1,500 people in London, but the thing is, they don't want to leave. But at the same time, I need them I can't have them doing the same things they've done for the last 20 years for the next 20 years, because our industry is changing. So I need them to stay, but I need them to do some different things. And I think, so that's a challenge. I have to challenge myself when I'm being asked to control payroll, because everybody wants pay rises every year. And if you stay with me for 40 years, I can tell you that at the end of 40 years, you'll earn a lot more than you did at the beginning. And so there are some interesting sort of trade-offs there. But I think the main ones, there are lots of benefits of having a long-standing workforce. And actually, we're privileged being in a growth company. Our approach is not to fire, is not the Jack Welch fire the bottom 5% every year or anything like that. So my challenge is with lots of experienced people who've been there a long time is how to keep reinventing and keeping things fresh. Actually, it's maybe slightly different than in, perhaps I don't know, in Jack's setting or in Debbie's setting. But that's my key challenge, particularly we're wired for growth. Our industry was in constant growth until about 2008-9. It's in growth again, but it's a much lower rate of growth. And so it's how do you keep refreshing people so that they're doing something new, they're trying new things. And that's not necessarily because of their particular age. It's just that they've been in, you can get to director in my company now in 7 years. So you join as a trainee, 7 years later you're a director, there's only 2 grades above that. What are you going to do for the rest of your life? And that's actually my central challenge. And I'd be interested in how other people approach that. But that's the thing that I find in our industry is one of the biggest challenges.
No, fantastic. Jack, you have any thoughts to this?
So we have over 1,200 change makers across the country that support our mission on the ground. And putting youth in the name, being called the youth group, automatically comes challenges, not when hiring young people, but when hiring older people or bringing older people into the mission. So being young myself as well, I've had to, this is the business landscape and I only know this much. And so you have to surround yourself with some intelligent people who can advise and support. And what we've done is making sure that we've had multi-generational design teams when it comes to the job description. So the job description is not being writ by an 18-year-old for a 55-year-old to join us. But also when that job description's writ, it goes around the table and every age or every diverse in the group can get a hold of it and break it apart and say, well, I don't think this sits right, or you shouldn't mention this bit. And remember that people have got families and a lot of young people in my organisation don't. So it's just making sure that you have multi-generational design team when you're putting the job description together, so important. And then also everyone's going to look at it at a different lens, and that is okay. So how a young person will say, oh, I want to work with a youth group because they're changing the world and they're helping other young people like me with their mental health. And then you've got another individual saying, you know what, I could come in and coach everyone and really help them with all the learnings that I've had over my experience. So remember that everyone's looking at a different lens, but as long as we all come to the same viewpoint, that's how we've been able to really, really maximise the change makers across the country. The youngest change maker is 13 and the oldest is 72. So it's a real diverse group of volunteers and supporters across the mission. But before, when we first started, the oldest was 24. It's because we didn't have the multi-generational on the job descriptions or on the opportunity when we posted them.
Interesting. Awesome. Debbie, we'd love to get your thoughts.
I'd take a slightly different tack just to reinforce something that Jack said right at the beginning. Nothing worse in an organisation than the one and done. I love that phrase. That if an organisation sets out to go and recruit more young people or more older people, it isn't going to succeed. They may recruit them, but they've recruited them for what and why. So this notion that we're on a mission to get more young people or get more old people, it isn't going to embed in the organisation. To the point too that both Jack and Ben mentioned, it's what do we want people to do in this organisation? Start with the mission of the organisation, so that you're absolutely crystal clear. Then where do we find these people and how do we attract them? And I think the real trick in getting a more age diverse group of people that will therefore make the organisation more successful is that where bit. Because what happens is organisations are good at doing the what do we want them to do? But when we come to where will we find them, that's when we tend to get that kind of bias. We don't look, we look in very traditional places and end up getting a very average group of people. I mean, I thought one of the most motivating things that Ben has said so far, not that his average age is 42, but that his youngest is 16 and his oldest employee is 85. That is awesome. So, it's how has he gone about, you know, where did you find that 16 and 18?
I'm afraid it wasn't deliberate.
Well, claim the credit. Claim the credit. You've done it, you know, better than most of us. And then it is how you measure it. The fact that Ben knows the answer to that question, you know, my youngest and my oldest employee, I would hazard a guess that if you've got 25 chief execs in a room without any prep and just said to them, how old is your youngest employee and how old is your oldest employee, they probably wouldn't know. They'd certainly know the average, but they wouldn't know their youngest and they wouldn't know their oldest. And if they did, you know, it would kind of tell you they're the sort of person who isn't one and done. They're the sort of person who would say, where do I find the most diverse group of people? Because that's going to make my organization more effective.
Yeah, it's a huge issue in our industry, because if you are designing surveys to represent the total population and you're blind to a particular aspect, you just don't even ask the questions, and so you miss out a key demographic. And in the case of older people, of course, if the over 50s in Europe were a sovereign country on their own, they would be the third richest country on earth. So they've got money, and if you're in business, they're people you need to understand.
I mean, let's dig into this a little bit further, right? In terms of just the recruiting aspects, how do you reach those different audiences?
Well, I'll carry on because I'm talking. I think you've got a target. You've got to be very conscious about how you target things. We sorted out the ethnic profile of our graduates or graduate type jobs by removing the need to have a degree or any qualifications at all. And instead we switched to aptitude tests. And that meant that finally our graduates now, or the graduate job, now reflect the population of Great Britain at the age of 22. But we had to completely change our criteria, but also change where we looked. And we started going to different sorts of institutions to get different young people, and to remove some of those things that were sort of nice tick box things, but actually weren't important for the jobs that they were ultimately going to do. And I think similarly, if you're looking for at older people, you will need to target the places and the things that they read and look at, and they will be different in some cases than younger people. But you have to be very conscious about it, is my view.
Right.
For me, I think, and particularly for young people, this social mobility point that Jack raised right at the beginning, it's a huge issue. It is a huge issue in organisations that, you know, so many opportunities are missed from people who don't have, you know, and social mobility. And it's one of my big fears actually about COVID. You know, that the gap is getting bigger, not closer together. And, you know, if you think about which of the groups in the population that have missed out on education, you know, haven't had the luxury that some kids have had, to, you know, who've got the iPad, the iPhone, and, you know, something else as well in technology, versus those children who are more, who are more economically challenged, you know, come from poorer families, they're going to get behind. So as chair of 4 businesses, one of the things I spend a fair bit of time talking with my chief execs and boards about is social mobility. How we break down some of our normal ways of going out and finding employees to make that social mobility point. I think it's going to be a bigger issue, particularly in the UK.
And Alex, I would add, we make a mistake in also looking at age. Here in the youth group, we focus on stage, not age. You've got an 18-year-old looking for their first time job, and you have a 48-year-old also looking for their first time job. So why are we trying to bracket the 18 to 24s, the 25s to 30s into brackets? We should focus on the stage and the barrier they need to overcome. And then also look at, this doorway that we're sending everyone through to apply for jobs, is the doorway, does everyone fit through the doorway? I know when lockdown happened, the average young person had less than £30 savings to their name. I'm getting on video calls with young people from council estates, and they're sitting in a bedsit. They're putting the ironing board as the place to work at the end of their bed. So does the young person have a safe space? Does the older person have a safe space? Do they have the right IT poverty? There's a big IT poverty at the moment on who's got access to a computer. Can they actually get online and actually Or do they use their mobile, or do they even have a mobile to actually apply for jobs? So we have to look at that doorway and make sure that everyone fits through it. And also, I'm very fed up when everyone tries to bracket the age. It's a bit like what Debbie said, is you haven't got enough experience, so you won't be a manager. But put me on a sales floor, I'll bring you £1 million in, the kind of thing. So, and it's not about the experience, it's about a number of things. It's where you are in the stage, not age. So anyone who's listening, I'd say start focusing on the stage that person is at, not their age.
So that's interesting, Jack. So if we think about experience, I really think about maturity, right? Because in certain types of jobs, I mean, I'm in sales, and I'll be blunt right now. If I get somebody that I don't know how these people grew up, depending on their experience, if they've never sold before, I'm like, well, I'm going to give this person a shot, and then they suck. And you're like your name, you're like reputation's on the line. Yeah. So how do we coach? I mean, I love this dialogue, but how do we coach the leadership within companies? Just love your thoughts on kind of breaking away from that risk aversion. It's like, man, I don't know if they can do it because they really, I don't think.
But isn't that about the recruitment process though, Alex? So you want a process that tests people's likely aptitude for the type of work that you're asking them to do. I guess in sales, it's hard to recreate, but in our case, you need to be able to look at detail, you need to understand numbers, you need to be able to communicate, but you can test for those things. And so, in a sense, to remove bias, you can remove any details of their education from the form. You can go name blind if you're worried about, and gender blind. And again, that's been really important. And potentially, you could, you don't need to ask about their education at all, and that would also help with age to a certain extent. It depends on the role. Although I still would say, as a 55-year-old, there are some things I know at 55 that I didn't know at 35. So, there's a place for everybody in the workforce.
Yep. Completely understand. I guess, any last minute thoughts that you guys want to leave with the audience? This has been a great conversation. I love the passion and you guys it's awesome. Just as I said before in the green room, I call it the green room, talking to
defy stereotypes, just defy stereotypes and defy classification, because they are, as Debbie's rightly pointed out, ways in which we navigate the world and living in complex, busy societies. But when it comes down to running a business and hiring people, they are often going to trip you up more than they help you. Defy them.
Love it.
I think to your question about, how do I take the risk if somebody's, hasn't got experience and then they fail and it sucks? Share it with them. To my mind, when somebody, I remember in my career when somebody said to me, I'm taking a massive risk on you here. You haven't got the experience. I'm taking a massive risk. My God, I gave that job my all. And I knew that manager at the time was too. And so, whereas often we kind of don't name these things and we take the risk and we stand back, and fingers crossed that they're going to be okay. So, probably that cliche of communication. I think, the one thing that I have learned in my career is that the only way we'll break some of these barriers will be to take a bit more risk. And if you're going to take a risk, tell the individual you're taking the risk and where you think you're taking it, because often it's in a different place to the place that you think.
I love it. Jack, any final thoughts on this?
The conversation's not going away. There's a famous saying: you can cut 1 rose, 2 roses, 100 roses, but you can't stop spring. Diversity and belonging's coming, so let's all do our part.
Man, awesome. Jack, I love it. Hey, so this has been great. Thank you guys so much for your time. I've heard a lot of great things, but the key theme for me is, and I like to say this, this may be a cliche term, have the growth mindset, right? Alleviate some of those biases and stereotypes that we have, right? Let's not categorize people. Let's be creative in how we recruit. Communication, it's so critical, and it's so, I'm gonna share this joke with the audience, and I don't know everybody that well, but I say this to my mom all the time. Mom, we speak a different language. Not only are you my mom and you're older, but we just speak a different language sometimes, and that's when we kind of get screwy in our communication. So we use that code word now, and then we kind of level set the situation. But this has been great. Thank you so much, and hopefully you guys stay in touch. This has been
great to see you all. Bye-bye.
Take care. Yeah. Hey, just a quick announcement here. If you're live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booths during the ad break. Don't forget, you can catch up on all content posts in the summit on demand at www.dialglobal.org. Any thoughts on how to make the Dial Global Summit more inclusive? Please do let us know. And don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle #MovingTheDial. See you soon for our next panel. I know this is the last one for the day. Have a great evening, and thanks again, all you guys, for joining. Cheers.
Wow, what an incredible, incredible day. Thank you so very much indeed to all of our spectacular panelists, chairs, supporters, sponsors, and of course, you, our incredible audience. Today has been absolutely packed with rich, insightful conversation as we've dived deep into the multiple facets of diversity and inclusion and discussed the importance of both visible and invisible diversity. There were so many different things that really resonated a lot with me, and I really hope they did with you all individually. I'll pick out a couple of pieces here that I particularly enjoyed. Katie of the Special Olympics discussing ability over disability and really being our true and authentic selves. We also talked about equality on and off the pitch, in sports and in and out of the boardroom, through from the grassroots levels right up into those lofty heights of leadership. But ultimately, each and every single one of us can be leaders, and we can all make those positive changes within our lives. What I particularly loved, and I know that the Dial Global team did as well, who have been looking after everyone and making sure that you're all okay, is that the power of intersectionality is something that I think is becoming more and more important as we all seek to educate ourselves more so around all of the different facets of diversity and inclusion, and actually not necessarily putting ourselves into those one or maybe two buckets. Actually, there may be a number of different intersectional pieces that actually make up ourselves as human beings. And so understanding the power of all of those different facets of ourselves, and that intersectionality and difference really is incredibly important. I really loved from the beginning of the day a quote from the wonderful Shoku at the BBC, is that you never really understand a person until you actually consider things from their point of view, and until you actually climb into the skin of another and walk around in it. That for me is a quote that I think I'll remember for many, many years to come. And it reminded me that actually none of us can really truly look through the eyes of another unless we are that person. But what we can each do is seek to keep an open mind to learning and education, and making sure we educate and listen to those around us and really lead with that empathy. And as we heard from the panel right at the beginning of the day through to the very last panel, is we are all still learning. We're all on a journey of learning. The journey of diversity, inclusion and belonging will never be over. We can only seek to keep on getting better. That last panel I thought was just absolutely fantastic. And again, with the generations and the workforce, what an interesting conversation. Loved what Jack said there around, particularly what diversity and inclusion and belonging means to you in specific. And I'd really love to leave all of you, I should say, rather, with that question tonight. What does diversity, inclusion and belonging really mean to you personally? And what's your unique superpower as well? Because I do truly believe that each of us have a superpower, whether it's visible or whether it's invisible, and we all can make that difference to our sustainable future world of business and wider society. If there is one thing that is incredibly crystal clear from today, it is that all of us can make a difference to accelerating the pace of change, using our platforms and using our voices to inspire and educate others and those future generations of leaders to come. As a final word, I want to give another very big thank you indeed to our headline supporting partners for their support and unwavering tenacity to really take this brave stand, to step up, to advocate, to put their heads above that parapet that we've been talking about all through today, inside and outside the organisation that they exist within. Sincere gratitude to War Green Boots Alliance, the Co-op Alpha Financial Software, the Premier League, the Commonwealth Games Federation, EY. In particular, thanks as well to our media partners and our silver partners, Ipsos Mori, Verizon Media, Yahoo, Yahoo Finance, and Brand Advance, whose live streams across the globe, across multiple diverse and inclusive publications, really would not have been possible without you. So thank you very much indeed again. And also to our charity partners and their respective teams, the UN Global Compact, Operation Black Vote, and the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review. As I have mentioned and has been on the ticker throughout today, if you have any issues at all or any disabilities preventing you from enjoying the summit, please do contact us and we will ensure we do our absolute best to provide additional support to you personally. Reach out to us at hello@dialglobal.org. And that's whether you are live now or you are watching on demand as well. We are so grateful for you being here today. And don't forget as well, you can join us tomorrow. We're doing everything all over again tomorrow. We've got some incredible, epic speakers. We're going to be diving deep again into multiple facets of diversity and inclusion and really exploring intersectionality at its best and what that truly means. So don't forget to tune back in tomorrow, watch on the live streams from wherever you are within the world. And if you haven't registered, it isn't too late. You can do so at www.dialglobal.org. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder and CEO of Dial Global, and a very big thank you as well to the team. You've done an amazing job. I'm so proud of you, and I can't wait to see you all again tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening or morning or lunchtime, wherever you are. Can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
at Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.